Good morning, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter with Channel 8. Thank you for joining us for what is day 9 of the Tanner Horner trial. We will not be live streaming today. Court is in session. Prosecutors and defense are holding procedural hearings before the judge. The judge has said that we cannot live stream on days when the jury is not present. Our senior crime and justice reporter, Rebecca Lopez, is in the courtroom and will report on any developments that come out today. But we're going to start by replaying day 1 of the trial when Tanner Horner pled guilty to everyone's surprise. Good morning, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8. I'm joined this morning by Terry Bentley Hill.
Good morning.
She will be our legal analyst today as we begin day 1 of the trial of Tanner Horner, who is on trial for the capital murder of Athena Strand. We want to start by playing a couple stories that'll walk us back through this case and also explain some of the legal issues at play in this trial.
Not who, not where, when, or how, but why? That question has engulfed Tanner Horner's capital murder case since November 2022. He's accused of strangling and killing 7-year-old Athena Strand in the back of his FedEx truck before dumping her body in a Wise County creek. An unbelievable end.
We have been searching since about 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
To a community effort. Days of searches, thousands of steps across open space.
So out here just to try to find her.
Each one made with the hope little Athena would be found alive.
They're not really finding anything.
When she wasn't. It brought lawmen with decades of experience to tears.
In reality, all I've ever wanted to do is make a difference. And we didn't do what I hoped we could do.
That is former Wise County Sheriff Lane Aiken, also a former Texas Ranger. He was in charge of finding Athena. This case, a deciding moment for his retirement.
This will be my last term. And one of the reasons it'll be the last term is because of this case. I just feel like I've seen enough.
Athena was living with her biological father just outside of Cottondale when she vanished one afternoon. Police thought that she may have wandered off, but a clue to finding her at her front doorstep. A FedEx package filled with Barbies, Christmas presents for Athena that were delivered around the time she went missing. Horner was the delivery driver. He told police in a confession he struck Athena with his truck during a delivery. Panicked, put her in the back of his service vehicle, and then later killed her. He even told police Athena was alive and speaking with him before killing her.
If that alleged confession is true, that he could have done the right thing and your daughter would be alive, how do you react to that?
We would have forgave him because accidents do happen. But he chose to do more. And what he did is unforgivable. Athena could have just walked away. And I wish he would have let her.
This Athena's mother, Maitland Gandy, her hair pink, Athena's favorite color. The hardest part for her, being the last to see Athena, closing her casket at her funeral.
I held her hand and I kissed her. And I told her how sorry I was and how much I love her. And that was the last time I saw her.
Gandy has waited almost 4 years to represent her daughter in court. Horner's trial has been delayed by a change of attorney, a change of venue, and a change on the bench. He will be tried in Tarrant County instead of Wise County, the death penalty on the line.
I support the death penalty. Every breath that he takes is one that my daughter doesn't.
Both Gandy and Athena's biological father have since sued FedEx in civil court.
She's the best little girl.
And Maitland has also used Athena's name to spread goodwill.
Everyone is extremely kind and gracious.
After her death, Gandy working with lawmakers to create Athena alerts for missing children in Texas.
I hope that we can affect at least one child's life to not end the way that Athena's did.
The night Athena went missing, a statewide Amber Alert was delayed because police weren't sure if she had been abducted or not. That's a requirement for such an alert, but now a regional Athena Alert can be issued no matter the circumstances of how they disappeared. It's been a long road to this point. Because of his confession, lawyers tell us that Horner's chances of beating a guilty verdict are low. His real legal fight, they say, lies in sentencing, where a spot on death row is at stake. In Wise County, I'm Matt Howerton.
This is the face prosecutors want jurors to see and never forget. Athena Strand, a little girl taken too soon. And this is the face of the man they say is responsible. Tanner Horner, the man they want to put on Texas's death row.
I think it's a huge responsibility to ask people to determine whether or not a person should live or die.
Horner goes on trial in Tarrant County more than 3 years after Athena's disappearance and killing shocked North Texas. A judge moved the case from Wise County because of concerns Horner might not receive a fair trial there. The judge has also issued a gag order preventing prosecutors and defense attorneys from speaking publicly. Horner drove a contract delivery truck for FedEx. Investigators say Athena was playing in her front yard on November 30th, 2022, when he arrived with a package. Police say Horner later confessed, telling investigators he hit the 7-year-old with his delivery van and kidnapped her because he feared she would tell her father. He told police he strangled her and dumped her body in rural Wise County, later leading investigators to where she was found.
Facts are horrible.
It's like a parent's worst nightmare.
It is definitely a parent's worst nightmare.
In court filings, Horner's attorneys argue prosecutors should not be allowed to seek the death penalty, saying his autism reduces what they call his moral blameworthiness. They are also asking the judge to throw out his confession, arguing that because of his autism, he did not knowingly or voluntarily waive his right against self-incrimination.
The science is pretty clear that autism is real, that autism affects people in profound ways. And some people who are autistic reach the level of disability, that they don't understand their actions. Whether it is enough to help the defense in this case is largely going to depend on how severe that autism spectrum disorder is.
North Texas attorneys Terry Bentley Hill and Mike Howard say death penalty cases follow a very different process from the typical trial. That difference touches every part of the process, from jury selection to how lawyers present the case, to the life and death questions jurors must ultimately answer. If jurors find Horner guilty of capital murder, the trial moves to the punishment phase.
And the rules are that they have 2 questions to answer. They call them special issues questions.
First, jurors must decide whether Horner would be a future danger to society. If all jurors say yes, they move to a second question. Is there anything in his background that should spare him from the death penalty? If all jurors say no, he is sentenced to death. If it's not unanimous, the sentence becomes life without parole.
It's going to be a battle of the experts. The defense is going to bring in their experts to try to convince the jury that this man had a mental impairment, that he's not the worst of the worst.
How disabled is this person? How much did they understand their actions?
And that question only comes into play if jurors first convict Tanner Horner of capital murder. If they do, their answers will determine whether he spends the rest of his life in prison or is sentenced to die for the killing of Athena Strand. I'm senior investigative reporter Tanya Iser, WFAA News. Terry, so this trial is going to be kicking off here probably in about 20 minutes. I just want to start by saying, that seeing Athena's mom, I know that interview's from a few years ago, but it's still hard to listen to. And then just hearing the emotion of the sheriff.
Right. I mean, that's what That's when he said, I've had enough. I can't do this anymore. When they're looking for a little 7-year-old, and the outcome is horrible as it was. And he hung up his hat, so they say.
Yeah, because when you have a case like this is like, there are cases, and you've probably experienced this as an attorney, and I've experienced this as a reporter, cases that sort of define your life.
Right.
And that you never can really, I don't know if get over is the right word, but they change you forever.
Yeah, you can't shake some of the cases that you have to deal with, and it's almost as if it stays in your DNA, because this is a capital case. The crime is so horrible that the video is horrible. The experiences of the officers who found Athena, they'll never get over that. The attorneys who are having to prosecute the case, they look at the video, they look at the photographs, they'll never get over it. The judge is going to have to see it. It will change anyone who's in that courtroom. Rebecca Lopez is in that courtroom. It will change Rebecca. You just cannot be a human and have it not impact you.
Yeah, well, you and I were together during the Uvalde case, and even though we weren't seeing every single thing that was being shown in that courtroom, that stuff's hard.
It is hard.
And so the jurors that will be, deciding this case have a heavy burden. Every parent will have a visceral reaction to this case. The worst nightmare is to lose your child, but in this kind of circumstance, which it didn't have to happen. We just heard Athena's mother say, accidents happen. Right. If he backed into her, and but then, the next step, bringing her into the van and strangling her. How do you wrap your mind around that? It's so hard for people to wrap their mind. And there are 12 people who are going to have to make a really difficult decision. Absolutely. Regarding the facts of this case. And we don't know all the facts of the case. We're going to sit here and watch this with the viewers because we aren't privy to all the evidence. I don't know. It could be a very quick guilt innocence part of the trial. Or it depends on what the judge is ruling on some of the motions, and I don't know if they've ruled on those motions yet. We may see some of that this morning. In my experience, we often start with some sort of hearing. Yeah, right. Because I looked in the court file this morning and I didn't see any rulings on what they call motions in limine, and you can explain to folks what that is, but obviously there's prosecutors want to keep certain things out and the defense wants to keep certain things out. So the main thing the defense wants to keep out is certainly Mr. Horner's statement to the police, and also anything that happened after that statement, which is leading the officers to Athena's body. And so what they're going to claim is that because of his intellectual disability, in their opinion, autism, that he could not voluntarily waive his right to remain silent. And therefore, he could not invoke his own Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Let me introduce ourselves again. I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at WFA, and I'm again joined by Terry Bentley Hill, who is our legal expert for the day. Terry's background, and one of the reasons why I wanted her on for day one of this case, is that she is primarily represents defendants who have mental illness, mental issues, right. And I felt like with your background, you'd be a good person to have on, considering that part of what the defense is raising is that he has autism, and that they're arguing that he didn't have the mental culpability in terms of his confession and that sort of thing. Of course, the Supreme Court has, and you forgive me if I'm not explaining this correctly, they've ruled that you can't execute someone who's mentally ill. But,
that's right.
But they have not ruled that autism is a mental illness. Yeah. So they've not, extended that out. So it'll be interesting, because this is, I don't know that it's been groundbreaking case, but they're trying to make that argument here that this is an impairment and that should be taken into consideration.
100%. And in the case in chief, and when I say case in chief, that is the state's original case where they bring their witnesses, they try to prove the case because they still have to prove this man's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And as he sits right now, when he walks in that courtroom, he is technically an innocent man because the jury hasn't decided whether or not he is guilty of this offense. And so there's a presumption of innocence that these 12 jurors were asked, can you presume that this man is innocent at this point until or unless you 12 people decide that he is guilty of this offense?
I do want to, folks, if you want to put questions in the chat, we will answer them. One of the, Chloe Crandall had asked, sort of a basic question, why is there a trial if he confessed?
Wow, because that is a great question. There are a lot of people who wonder the same thing. We live in the greatest country in the world, in my opinion, because what we have is we have a criminal justice system where the government is because of its extreme resources and ability to charge people with a crime, they've got to prove it. And so even if he did admit it, you have to go through the process of having the government prove its case against this man. It is not unique in the world, but is one of the best systems in the world. There are countries where you have to prove your innocence. Well, we don't have to do that here.
Where it's the flip, yeah.
It is, absolutely.
I think, isn't France one of them?
I think
so.
so.
The Napoleonic codes, I believe.
Exactly. and so we, whether or not you sit as a criminal defense attorney and you know all the facts and your client has confessed or whatever, you still go through the process. And to be perfectly honest, there will be people who will ask, how can you do that? How can you represent someone you know is guilty?
Right.
And first of all, it's just the process. You've got to make sure that the government does its job. And if they are going to accuse you of a crime, then they've got to prove that.
Well, and we are afforded representation by it's in our Constitution.
It's in our Constitution.
And you're right, it is one of the things that makes us different. It's one of the special things about our country. Let's talk about, so the attorneys in this case, obviously could not comment before the trial because they're under gag orders at the moment. But the attorneys that are representing Tanner Horner are very experienced attorneys, and they're part of a special unit that actually lawyers that are public defenders, basically, that represent defendants who are facing capital crimes.
Correct. That's correct. And you have to be an experienced attorney. You cannot be on that capital defense team if you do not have the credentials to try a capital murder case. Because it goes without saying, it is the most serious kind of trial when you are looking at someone, possibility of them being executed. So you've got to have attorneys who know what they're doing, and they do, because I know this attorney. I know her, and she's very good. And so Mr. Horner's going to get a good trial. He will have a good trial.
He will get his day in court.
He will, absolutely. And he's got an attorney who will certainly represent his interests in that court.
Let's talk about, so this morning, I'm again making a guess that it's going to probably be a start with a hearing. I don't know that for a fact. I'm basing that on prior trials. I would be a little surprised if we went straight to opening statements. It's possible. Judge George Gallagher, who is presiding over this case, is all right. Well, on my other screen that y'all can't see right now, we're seeing the state of Texas seal, which is indicative of that things are starting to move, which means they've turned that camera on in the courtroom. And I will say that, so Judge Gallagher is a very experienced judge. He runs a tight ship, and I've dealt with him in the past, and I think he's a really good judge. And we can see a little bit of movement in the courtroom. You folks out there are not seeing this yet, but here they're putting it up for me. We're starting to hear a little bit of sound in that courtroom, but again, the trial is not expected to Zeke, do me a favor though, and kill the sound though until it officially starts, so we don't live stream something we're not supposed to. So let's be careful.
It's always dangerous.
And honestly, live streaming is one of the privileges here, right? Judges do not have to allow cameras in the courtroom. They are, and it is we truly view this as a privilege. And we are honored, in many cases, I think, to be able to walk people through trials, from beginning to end, try to explain what's happening. Okay, so we're going to hopefully at some point this morning, I believe, hear opening statements.
Right.
So you're the defense. Mm-hmm. What's your opening statement?
Well, first of all, you will hear oftentimes when you are a potential juror that the case is really won or lost in voir dire. Because voir dire, and it's really voir dire, but in Texas, of course, we have to have everything the Texas way.
Well, we like to mangle stuff.
We do, and it's called voir dire. And that is the opportunity, the only opportunity for the jurors to talk to the lawyers. And in a capital murder case, because it's so serious, each potential juror is interviewed and questioned individually. So most often, Tanya, you will bring in a panel, and there may be 300 people on this panel.
Right.
And then you will go through and speak to the entire panel. You may, get to, 50 of them, whatever the case may be. But the lawyers are talking to the entire panel, not in a capital murder case. They will bring each person in, and they'll ask them some very personal questions. They will also ask them what their opinion and what they think about autism, and whether or not if they've known anyone with autism.
Right.
Do they think a person with autism is dangerous? Do they think a person with autism, the level of autism rises to an intellectual disability? Because those are magic words.
Well, as we all
those are magic words.
Autism is a spectrum.
Right.
I've covered in my prior stories. I've covered stories of about group homes where people had very profound autism, nonverbal, that sort of thing. So, but it can run. And then I have a nephew who's autistic, but he's on the part of the spectrum where you wouldn't know it unless you knew it.
Right.
Right. And
right.
So, but it with him, some of his he has to be schedules, and things are kind of when things get off kilter. But so I think it's really important to be clear that we don't think that just because you have autism that you're disabled or something like that.
Exactly.
I think so, because it truly is a spectrum. But you're right. They're going to try to argue that his autism was at play here. So.
Yeah, that's a really great point. But they're going to talk to the jurors about that. They're also going to know the lawyers are going to want to know whether or not they can consider the death penalty. If the potential juror absolutely cannot consider the death penalty, they cannot sit on that jury. If they cannot consider life in prison, if they think that's too little, in other words, that's not enough. I mean, if in their opinion, the guy deserves to be executed, and they can't consider life in prison without parole, they're not on that jury, because you've got to be able to consider both spectrums of.
So if you're anti-death penalty, you're not getting on this jury.
Not sitting on that jury.
Unless if you say it out loud. I mean, but you have to be willing to consider to even have gotten on this jury. That's why when they call it death penalty qualified, just
right.
even the whole process of picking this jury, it lasted 5 weeks.
5 weeks.
That is a long time.
I know.
Most juries are seated in a day.
Right. In the morning.
In the morning. Well,
yes.
yeah. Well, in a capital case where they're not going for the death penalty, you're still looking at probably a day.
Yes, definitely.
And then I have seen, and we're seeing that seal. They've taken it out from behind I'm just going to see it on my other screen. We're waiting there. Okay, they put it back up. That's indicative to me that there's movement in the courtrooms. Things are starting to percolate, but
right.
I don't know what that all means yet. But yeah, it's a whole different standard, just the way this happens. Oh no, I lost my train. So I remember in one of the trials I went to when Amber Geiger was tried. She was a police officer who shot and killed the man. Dallas police officer was ultimately convicted. Oh, we see the judge on the bench. They had what they called the big panel.
Yes.
And and then they winnowed that down, and then they did. But even that, so that jury selection I think lasted a couple days. But 5 weeks is a long time.
It is a very long time.
Okay, so let's. Okay, we're
there.
There he is.
Mr.
He's
Horner.
coming in the courtroom. So and like I said, this judge runs a very tight ship. So I expect to get underway probably at 9 o'clock on the dot.
Yeah, Mr. Horner has been in jail.
Ms. Anderson, it's my understanding we need to rearrange the defendant.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Perry?
Yes, sir.
In the name and by authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury for the county of Lyon, state of Texas, duly selected and paneled, sworn, charged, and organized as such during the January term AD 2023 of the 271st Judicial District Court for said county. Upon their oaths, present in and to said court at said term that Tanner Lynn Horner, hereinafter style defendant, on or about the 30th day of November 2022, and before the presentment of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, did then and there intentionally cause the death of an individual, Athena Strand, by strangling and or smothering and or asphyxiating Athena Strand with the defendant's hand, the defendant's foot, and or the defendant's body, and the defendant was in the course of committing or attempting to commit kidnapping of Athena Strand, and signed against the peace and dignity of the state by the foreperson of the grand jury. To the charge of capital murder, you may plead guilty or not guilty. What is your plea?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Okay. If you plead guilty, there are certain things I need to ask you. If you have any reservations or questions, I want you to talk to your lawyers before you answer them. Okay?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
You understand that if you plead guilty, this absolves or relieves the state of having to prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt to the jury. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
At some point in the future of this trial, I would give the jury an instruction to find you guilty, and they would find you guilty, and that would take care of the first phase of the first phase of the trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
The jury is then allowed, or the jury will be allowed, if I accept your plea, to listen to all of the evidence at one time. And then all of that evidence would be used by them in determining the appropriate punishment. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you pleading guilty because anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because anybody has promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because people have given you any hope of parole or hope of pardon or persuasion to plead guilty?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Counsel, are you satisfied as to your client's mental competence to make this plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has he been able to work with you, and do you believe he has a rational understanding of the charges against him?
I do, Your Honor.
And has he been able to work with you to provide assistance of counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you accept this plea of guilty, if you plead guilty, you will do this in the presence of the jury, and I will give the jury basically the same instructions that I have just given you.
Yes, sir.
Is this your final decision, is that you wish to plead guilty in the presence of the jury?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, I will accept your plea. Okay? Thank you. All right, there are matters that we need to place in the record that we talked about yesterday off of the record. Ms. Anderson, I'm going to let you handle this part.
Okay. Judge, we received several different notices from the state regarding their intent to use certain evidence either in the guilt innocence phase as well as the punishment phase. As we know now, there is not going to be a guilt phase, and so we need to address the issues regarding the punishment phase. There were, like I said, 3 separate notices, and what we would like to do is to go through each of the notices and each of the items that the state anticipates that they will offer during punishment and get a ruling from this court as to their admissibility. And granted, there are some that I do feel are relevant and admissible during punishment. However, we believe that the state has crossed the line in some of their notices, especially when it comes to Tanner's private sexual life, the relationship between him and his wife, and how they express their love for each other. And then there are some other things that I think cross the line that is just, 13-year-old boy humor. And so we would like, those are the main things that we wanted to address with the court.
Are there specific paragraphs in the state's notice that you have particular objections about?
Yes, Your Honor.
And tell me which one that you're looking at.
And number 33?
Is this in the first notice?
Correct. This is
Okay.
in the first notice that was originally tendered on Friday, September 26, 2025.
Okay, let me find it. On or about January 12, 2022, in Tarrant or Parker County, the defendant reposted in a Facebook message. Is that the one?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Berry.
Yes, sir. With regard to that particular one, it's just one of a series of posts and different things that were put forth by the defendant in his Facebook that shows preoccupation with sexual things, inappropriate sexual deviancy, things that you wouldn't be putting out to the public. Because just generally they're disgusting and offensive and sexually provocative. And so therefore I believe that it is a proper bad act that can be proved up in punishment.
It is also protected speech by the First Amendment.
Understand. Do you have any other particular paragraphs?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Number 34.
Mr. Berry, same response?
Yes, sir.
Number 35.
With regard to number 35, Your Honor, there are specific messages that go along with the screenshot that was sent, talking about a young lady that was engaged in a sexual act with the defendant and his girlfriend / fiance. I know she's been referred to as his wife, and I want to correct that. They were never married. They were engaged. So I don't want that to be an issue in this trial. But with regard to that, we do believe that's a bad act that can be proven up.
Okay. Ms. Anderson, any more?
Yes, Your Honor. Number 36.
Same response, Mr. Berry?
Yes, and in addition to that, and there's several others that I'm sure that we're going to address, that includes admissions of drug use along with the solicitation of a sexual act.
Okay. Ms. Anderson?
And Judge, for the purposes of this section, I'm just going to focus on the things related to the sexual activities.
That's fine.
Okay. So I'm not waiving any objections to any of the other?
Absolutely.
Okay. Number 38.
Same response, Mr. Berry?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Number 42.
You know what, I'm going to grant your objection on 38.
Number 42.
Okay. Same response, Mr. Berry?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, and I would point out that the girl that is displayed in number 42 does not look unlike our victim in this case.
And Your Honor, I would like to point out that the person represented in number 42 is an adult.
I understand.
And just because she is blonde, it doesn't mean that she resembles the deceased.
Okay. Next point.
Number 43.
All right.
Number 56.
All right.
Number 60.
Okay.
Number 63.
Okay.
Number 64.
All right.
Number 72.
All right.
And that is it for that particular notice.
Okay. Those objections will be overruled, and as they come up, you may have a running objection to their admissibility if they're played in the presence of the jury.
And Your Honor, may I place my argument against their admissibility on the record?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, what happens in someone's bedroom stays in someone's bedroom. That is between them and consenting adults. The Supreme Court has consistently held that our private lives are our private lives, and they cannot be used as an aggravator in a capital murder case. In the case Andrew v. White, recently the U.S. Supreme Court held that the due process clause can be violated by going into unnecessary and duplicative and multiple incidents that really bear no relevance. In that particular case, upon conviction, the prosecutors talked about the defendant in pejorious terms, called her a whore, called her a slut, held up her underwear in front of the jury. And this is in a capital murder case. They paraded some of her former lovers in to talk about their infidelities. And the Supreme Court said, wait a minute, that's not right. That there can be things that are so prejudicial that they render the punishment phase of a capital trial fundamentally unfair. And that's what we're talking about here. If all of this is admitted, that does render the capital or the punishment phase of this capital trial fundamentally unfair. Now, in the Andrew case, what they were looking for was, with regards to victim impact statements, they asked about that being a categorical bar because of the prejudicial value of them. And I agree with the Supreme Court in that regard, in that there should not have been a per se bar, that it's going to be done on a case-by-case basis and things like that. However, the Supreme Court went on to say that even though we're not going to give you the categorical bar for the victim impact statements, the due process clause is still in effect. And we look at the cumulative nature of the evidence, and we determine whether or not the cumulative nature of that evidence renders a a verdict and a trial fundamentally unfair. Quite frankly, Your Honor, these are irrelevant. They are here for no other purpose than to inflame the passions of the jury and to allow the state to make those ridiculous comparisons saying, oh, they're blonde, therefore it must be the decedent, or reminds them of the decedent. Fundamental fairness. And this is not anything new. The Supreme Court has held on numerous occasions that when you have this accumulation of prejudicial evidence that the state brings, that they have crossed the line, that renders a case fundamentally unfair, and the Supreme Court has reversed convictions numerous times based on that. And so that's why we're asking that this not be allowed in. If you want to pick a few and say, you know what, bring that in. You know what, bring that one in. But the cumulative nature of the instances that they are trying to bring in is just fundamentally unfair, especially when you're talking about things that occurred between consenting adults. There is no crime against having a threesome. There is no crime in trying to find somebody else to have a threesome. There is no crime in bragging about your sexual escapades. I mean, if our president can brag about it and do his locker room talk, then, and that's not, held against him, then why should that be used as an aggravator in a capital case to try to give Mr. Horner the death penalty? And that's what we're talking about. This is a life and death situation. And when we're talking about fundamental fairness, it is exceptionally and incredibly more important in a capital case because we don't get do-overs if he's executed. And so that's why we're asking that if you're not willing to exclude all, then you need to at least exclude some to take away the taint of the fundamental unfairness.
Your argument is received and the ruling remains the same. Are there on the other notices, do we need to address any of them in the other notices?
There will be some, Your Honor.
Do you want to wait until they come up and address them as they come up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think that will be the best for the ones in the supplemental notice from November the 19th of 2025. And that also might be best for the second supplemental notice for December 8th.
Does the state anticipate having any of that testimony today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so we can address that as it gets closer?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I believe the state had indicated that the majority of these others would be coming in the form of their expert witness. And so what I will do is I will reserve my objections to these other ones and address them as they arise.
Okay.
Your Honor, with regard, I just don't want there to be any mistake. I mean, the second supplemental notice, those are items that will come in, not the second supplemental, the first supplemental notice, the one that's in the middle. Those are items that are going to come in through the victims and the extraneous victims.
Understood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not through an expert.
Right, I understand.
No, I was referring to the rest of them in the first notice.
Yeah, I'm with you. Okay. Anything else we need to do before we break to open the courtroom to let everybody get seated?
Judge, we do need to re-urge our motion for continuance.
Okay, that's denied. Anything else?
How long do you think it will take? Because I have to go to the war room and grab something.
Yeah, let's shoot for 9:20. That's 10 minutes. Would that give you enough time? Okay. 9:20, everybody.
Wow, Terry, that was, I don't know if a shocker. I guess I just wasn't expecting that. What do you think about what we just saw? Tanner Horner pled guilty, so we're going to go straight to punishment.
Well, he's going to plead in front of the jury. So I heard the judge mention that. And yes, but this is, what this says to me is that the motions in limine that you mentioned, which means the motions to keep his statements that he did what they claimed he did in the indictment to Athena, he's not disputing that. And so he's going to plead guilty to that. So what we've talked about, Tanya and I have talked about a lot, is this is really a punishment trial where the defense is basically going to try to save Mr. Horner's life and keep him from being executed. So one way or the other, this man is never getting out of prison. Now, he may go out on a gurney after he's executed, if that's what the jury decides, that he deserves to be executed, or he will go out after his natural life ends in prison.
You think that the decision to go ahead and plead guilty was because if you put the jury through guilt, innocence, they're all going to be sitting there going, well, wait a minute, he confessed. I mean, come on.
Well, yeah, you can definitely lose credibility with a jury, no doubt about it. If it is so blatant, which apparently it is.
Right.
I mean, we haven't heard the evidence yet, but apparently it is that you don't want to muddle the message. In other words, you don't want them focusing on really just days and days and days of getting angrier and angrier and angrier, right? So he pleads. Now the state is going to put the evidence on because they can consider when they in your story about this case. Now what this jury is going to have to consider are two questions.
Right.
And they're called special issue questions. And one of them is, the first one is this man a continuing threat to the community, to society, right? So what they can do is they can use the facts of the present case to help them in that determination. So the state is going to put their case on. So they're going to hear from the officers. They're going to see videos. They're going to see photographs. So it's going to be terrible anyway. But
so essentially we will see what you would have seen in guilt, innocence, but we'll see it in punishment.
Correct. That's right.
And whereas had he not pled guilty, we would have seen more of a battle of the experts. We'll still see a battle of the experts.
Yeah, 100%. This is they're gonna bring the experts in, and because what the defense is going to claim is that he is not the worst of the worst, because that's what the death penalty is for the worst of the worst, and the death penalty is different, and the Supreme Court of the United States has said that the jury can consider mitigating evidence. What is mitigating evidence? It's what was his childhood like? Does he suffer from any kind of trauma? Does he have a mental health condition that could be mitigating? Could it change the way
his culpability?
Exactly, his moral culpability. Exactly. Could it change that? And so they are going to bring in the experts, because the defense expert clearly is going to say, yes, his autism is going to rise to the level of an intellectual disability, because the Supreme Court says you cannot execute people with an intellectual disability, okay? But they haven't, like you said, they haven't determined whether or not autism rises to that level. Right. And so they're going to be arguing that today, and it's going to take an expert to convince a jury about that.
It's interesting because, if he does get the death penalty, we could see this case ultimately go to the Supreme Court to
100%
to decide that question.
100%. That's a very great point, because no matter what, in a death penalty case, it automatically goes up on appeal. And there are many, many, many appellate judges who are going to have eyes on this case. And ultimately, it could be an issue for the Supreme Court if they decide to rule on that issue specifically, whether or not autism. And see, what's tricky is, like you mentioned, is that autism is there's a scale.
Wide spectrum.
Right. There's a spectrum. There's a scale. So it's going to be interesting to watch that. Right. I think. But of course, the state's going to bring in their witnesses to counter
Right.
the claim that he did not have the ability to make the proper decisions, and he doesn't have the moral culpability to qualify for the death penalty.
I just want to recap for folks who might have joined us a little bit late. I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at WFA. I have Terry Bentley Hill, who is our legal expert today. Again, I had Terry on because her background, who primarily represents defendants who have been charged with mental illness, mental impairment, that sort of thing. That's generally the kind of stuff you do. But Tanner Horner, in what frankly kind of stunned me, has pled guilty. And so he's pled guilty to capital murder, which means that now this case will go to the punishment phase. And jurors will, as Terry mentioned, there will be 2 questions that they'll have to answer. Is he an ongoing danger to society? If they all answer yes to that question, then they go to a second question. And then that question gets into, is there some reason to spare him the death penalty? And again, if they all answer no, he will get the death penalty. Terry, are there things that we won't hear as a result of this? Maybe some of is there stuff that we would have heard if we'd had 2 phases of the trial? Or is there some stuff that now the prosecutors will leave out?
They don't have to. They can put on their entire case in front of the jury. And so basically, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. They could decide, well, I don't need Officer X because I've had Officer A and B describe the scene perfectly for the. So in other words, it may eliminate some of the witnesses that they were going to bring in. I do know that they were arguing, when I say arguing, the defense was arguing about some of the prior bad act testimony that the state plans to introduce to this case. Again, going to what is this person capable of doing going forward? If he's in prison, is he a danger to the other inmates?
Prison guards.
Is he a danger to the prison guards? Yes. I mean, they were saying, even the community in prison deserves protection from some people.
Right.
So, in other words, they wouldn't be seeking the death penalty if they did not think that this man qualifies for execution.
Well, you can't get much more horrific than snatching a 7-year-old girl and murdering her, strangling her. I mean, we can say that, yes, definitively, because he's pled guilty, or he's pled guilty. I guess. Does the plea become official then once he does it in front of the jury? Walk us through a little bit about it.
He's going to, the judge, I did not hear the judge accept his guilty plea. He basically went through the admonishments, which is, did you do this, are you pleading guilty voluntarily? Has anyone influenced you? I did not actually hear the judge accept his guilty plea, and they may be doing that in front of the jury.
Kind of the official part of it.
Exactly. But clearly, by the questions that the judge was asking Mr. Horner has decided, and by the way, Mr. Horner is the one who decides that. His lawyers can advise him one way or the other, but it is ultimately Mr. Horner's decision to plead guilty.
If you were the prosecutors, what would be the shape of the case that you would present now, given that we're proceeding to punishment?
Well, they are going to put on the facts of the case that are horrible, because if this man can do this, they want to show the jury that he could do something as horrible. Mm-hmm. So they're going to certainly put on the facts of this case. And I also believe that there are Athena's parents, mm-hmm, Athena's family. We heard Mom say she wants justice. Right. I think in a lot of ways, I mean, the state they're human beings. Right. They want to provide the families with some justice.
Closure.
Some closure.
I don't know
Yes.
that. Yeah, I don't know that you ever truly get closure when you lose a child like this, but seeing someone, quote unquote, pay for it,
Right.
is some measure of justice. But
Right.
It's you know, you're a mom, I'm a mom. I mean, that's you. I cannot. I don't. I hope I never have to imagine what she's going through. In fact, Maitland Gandy, who is Athena's mother, had posted on Facebook earlier. Let me see if I can get back to it. This about 11 hours ago, she posted, "I'd like to wake up."
Yeah, because she's living in a nightmare.
It's a waking nightmare.
Yes, it is a living, breathing, 24-hour-a-day nightmare that this mom and the family is living in since this happened to Athena. I mean, we can sit here and think, okay, if this man backed into this child who was playing in the yard or the driveway, then he says, which we're all going, what? He says that he was afraid her dad would get mad.
It's a bizarre crime.
Isn't it bizarre? It's so bizarre.
I mean, so you're going to go from probably something that would have been not even a crime, an accident, to murder? Like, you know, it's hard to wrap your mind around what someone would be thinking in doing something so horrific.
That's why you think, wait a minute, where's the disconnect? I mean, the man thought that he was going to be in trouble, that the dad was going to be mad because he hit his daughter, but he kills his daughter, and he doesn't make the connection that might make the dad even more angry. I mean, there's a disconnect.
You just don't understand what is going on in his mind, and
we haven't heard the evidence. Maybe there is really something to the fact that his decision-making ability was impaired because of his mental health condition, which is, you know, it's in the diagnostic manual. So autism is, and so it definitely could have impaired his decision-making process.
But the question is, would it rise to the level?
Yeah, yes.
Right.
And like you say, that might be a decision for the Supreme Court to answer.
Yeah, and I have no idea how that would shake out. Do you? So, would you expect this to be shorter now?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, because people have asked me how long do you think the trial will go, and I was ballparking 2 weeks, about a week for guilt, innocence, and about a week for punishment, just basing on prior trials. What would you think now?
I really actually would not be surprised if testimony is complete. Today is Tuesday, maybe the beginning of next week, because see, the defense doesn't have to put on a case, but usually, certainly in a case,
they will.
They would have put on a case in guilt innocence, most likely, even though they don't have to. But now they're saving everything for the punishment phase of the trial, to keep him from being executed. I see somebody's head, somebody's standing up.
Oh, well, yeah, and you folks can't see this.
Yeah.
We've got separate screens here, and right now we can see there's, just people, there's movement in the courtroom, but nothing happening. Okay,
Here
now
we
we have
go.
sound back.
Before we proceed, there's one other thing we need to tell the record. Okay. And that is, looking at the composition of the gallery, I would say about 80% of the people in the gallery are wearing pink. And pink is the signature color of the decedent, in this case, Athena Strand. And they have been asked repeatedly over the last 3 years to do pink outs, wear pink in support of Athena. And so we just want the record to reflect the number of people that are here in the gallery that are wearing pink, just in case it becomes an issue later on.
I don't see anything in the clothing that indicates any type of advocating for a certain position or anything like that, so your notice is noted. Are we ready for the jury?
Ready, Your Honor.
You ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go to work.
Ready, Judge?
Just right here, yeah. All rise for the jury, please. Everyone may be seated. Good morning. We are ready to proceed. I apologize for the delay. I need all of you to raise your right hand for me, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in the case of the state of Texas versus Tanner Lynn Horner, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence to help you God? I do. All right. Everyone may be lower your hand. Mr. Horner, if you would stand, please. Mr. Berry, you may arraign the defendant.
Thank you. May it please the court?
Yes, sir.
In the name and by authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury for the county of Wise, state of Texas, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, charged, and organized as such during the January term AD 2023 of the 271st Judicial District Court for said county, upon their oaths present in and to said court at said term, that Tanner Lynn Horner, hereinafter styled defendant, on or about the 30th day of November 2022, and before the presentment of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, did then and there intentionally cause the death of an individual, Athena Strand, by strangling and or smothering and or asphyxiating Athena Strand with the defendant's hand, the defendant's foot, and or the defendant's body, and the defendant was in the course of committing or attempting to commit kidnapping of Athena Strand, and signed against the peace and dignity of the state by the foreperson of the grand jury.
Mr. Horner, to the charge of capital murder, you may plead guilty or not guilty. What is your plea?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Thank you. I will accept your plea. You may be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, when a defendant pleads guilty to an offense, I have done admonishments to him outside of your presence and am satisfied that this guilty plea is given freely and voluntarily. So as we get into the trial, I will give you an instruction at the appropriate time for you to find him guilty. Okay? There will no longer be a first phase of the trial to where you will be determining whether or not guilt has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. I will give you an instruction to find him guilty. So now your sole duty will be to listen to all of the evidence that is going to be presented to you, because you will be using that evidence to determine the proper punishment to be assessed. You will hear the evidence in the same manner, I anticipate, had Mr. Horner pled not guilty. You may use that evidence in your determination in answering the questions that we talked about to you in the individual jury selection interviews, okay? So I just wanted to let you know, you're going to hear the evidence, but you're only going to be dealing with punishment, all right? State wishes to make an opening statement.
We do, Your Honor.
Mr. Stepmother.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm going to object showing evidence in opening statements.
That's overruled.
Little change of plans this morning. Welcome. Thank you for all for being here. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is what this case is about, right here. You know, when I looked at this case, most lawyers, when they have these types of cases, they have kind of a theme of the case, something that sits with them, something that touches them here. And in this case, I looked at Paul in 2 Corinthians when he said, Satan masquerades as an angel of light. And that's what we have here. Let me tell you a little bit about what you're going to see today, what you're going to see over the next few weeks. We're going to present all the same evidence that you would have seen before in guilt, but that's going to be expanded to include the punishment evidence as well. So you're going to get it all in one package. Okay. Let me tell you how this is going to begin. What we're going to start with first is we're going to introduce you to Athena, which is the most important thing, and that's the reason why we're here. So let me give you a little evidence here. Athena's last day. She was in school. She was in Miss Thompson's first grade class. She had a rough day that day, and you'll hear Miss Thompson talk about that. She's strong-willed, very precocious. She's 7. Miss Thompson's going to talk to you a little bit about that last day and tell you what went on and why that's important. You've heard that name over and over, Athena Strand. Born May 23rd, 2015. It's sad that we have to talk about a child in the past tense, who she was, what she liked, who were her friends, who were her parents. It's sad that we have to have this discussion, but that's the evidence that we have to bring you. That's the evidence that's important. Now, in this particular case, I'll tell you a little bit about this picture. Athena had just gotten back from spending some time at her mom's house in Oklahoma. 4 days before she was murdered is when that picture was taken by her mother. Now, November 30th, 2022 is a Wednesday. Kids had just gotten back from Thanksgiving break. Any of y'all have ever been in school, you know that that's a bit of a chaotic time for a teacher. They just got back, and what are they looking forward to? Christmas, right? And who's arriving for Christmas? What I like to call the modern day Santa Claus. Amazon, right? FedEx, UPS, all of the people that we look forward to. And even us as adults, I know for me personally, I look forward to motorcycle parts. And I know my wife looks forward to things like essential oils and devotional books. I know those things. And like I said, that's why I refer to it as the modern day Santa Claus. And I was going to try to do this without my glasses, but it is not working. So here's the way this is going to happen. When Tanner Horner rolled up that day, he rolled up alone. He rolled up bringing what we thought would be joy and happiness and a package. And you're going to see the package, and you're going to see what he was bringing. Why wouldn't Athena be happy to see the FedEx guy, right? He's got a Walmart box. Well, that's not what he brought that day. What you're going to see is that he brought violence, fear, and death. That's what he brought with him. He did not bring with him the joy and happiness that the delivery drivers normally bring. So first off, I want to apologize to y'all for what we're going to have to bring you. The evidence in this case is rough. It is not what I want to show anyone, but it's what's required. It's what's required to show you what he did. And I want to apologize to you now. We're going to do our very best to limit it, to provide you what you need, but I'm the kind of DA, I'm going to bring you all the evidence, okay? And I feel like it's important you know the complete story. Now, we know a little bit now about Athena, and you're going to hear about her. What about Tanner Horner? Tanner Horner shows up, delivers a package, leaves with Athena. Now, I'm going to put you as close as you can be without actually being there that day. We have video of it, and we're going to show it to you. Now, you may be thinking, wow, maybe we have video of the whole thing. Nope. Somebody covered up the camera because they don't want you to see. Guess what? Audio's still running, and you're going to hear it. You're going to hear what a 250-pound man can do to a 67-pound child. And when I say it's horrible, I mean it. I've been doing this 25 years, and I promise you, buckle up. Now, the important part of this is, what's the truth? It's time to get to the truth. The only truthful thing that Tanner Horner told law enforcement was that he killed her. The pattern and web of lies that he put together, it's going to be hard for y'all to keep up with. It is lie upon lie upon lie upon lie. We have lies about what we did the day before. We have lies about what we did the day of. We have lies about where her body was. We have lies about whether or not she was clothed or not. We have lies and lies and lies. It is hard to keep up with. The only thing he told the truth about was he killed her. So you're going to hear multiple stories. None of them are true. What's the story that was told in the beginning? That he hit her with a truck, that he somehow freaked out because he thought he was going to lose his job or she was going to tell on him. He picked her up, still freaked out, and killed her. That is an absolute lie. There is no truth to that in any form or fashion. None. Zero, zip, not a nudge. No truth to that whatsoever. In fact, the first words out of Tanner Horner's mouth whenever the ranger first encountered him, the ranger says, "Is she alive?" And he says, "She wasn't alive when I put her in the truck." I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to see right up front here, she was very much alive and very much uninjured when he put her in the truck. Let me tell you something stuck with me here, what you're going to hear when we get to that video. First thing Tanner Horner says to Athena when he picks her up and puts her in that truck, he leans down and he says, "Don't scream or I'll hurt you." He says that twice. You're going to hear it. We're going to put it on screen for you. That's the first thing out of his mouth. He made good on it. Now, where do we go from there? Now, you're going to be able to hear it all on audio. But I'm going to tell you right now, the one thing you're going to hear that is something that you can't unhear is the level of fight that a 7-year-old girl has when she's facing down certain death. We talk about warriors in America. I'll tell you, that little girl right there is a warrior. She fought with the strength of 100 men. Three days later, we catch up. 3 days later, they took us. What's Tanner Horner during all this time? Good question, right? What's he doing? He's delivering packages just like normal. Made it to work right on time. Made sure that he got the same FedEx truck so we could have his mobile crime scene with him the entire day. This is planning. This is preparation. He knew what was going on. He drove through the scene that day. He drove right through the scene that day. You're going to have video from his truck driving right through that scene, right where he kidnapped her, right where he took her away, and talking to people. What happened? What went on? What happened? In the same truck he killed her in. This is the level of cold-heartedness that you're going to see. Now, we finally locate her. And how do we locate her? Hundreds and hundreds of law enforcement personnel. Canines, dogs, thermal imaging. The ranger had helicopters moving 24/7 looking for her, searching for her, all believing that they were going to find her alive. Where did we find her? We found her at a place called Bobo Crossing. Now, I grew up in Wise County, and I lived not too far away from where her body was dumped. And I have no idea why they call it Bobo Crossing. I haven't found anybody who knows why they call it Bobo Crossing, but that's what they call it. It's probably got a county road number, but nobody knows what it is. People just know what this is. It's a little bit south of Boyd, off of Highway 730. We'll show you some maps. But that's where we found her. We found her where he pitched her off naked in the water. That's where we found her. How did we get to that point? Well, it wasn't without a lot of hard work by the FBI, Texas Rangers, Wise County Sheriff, deputies. We finally locate her. But how did we get to locate her? Well, Tanner Horner made it as difficult as possible to locate her. Again, with more lies upon lies upon lies. Where's her body? Where's her body? It's over here. It's over here. So on and so forth. It's just too much to keep up with, to be honest with you. So many lies. But we find her body. And you know, throughout this whole time when we're looking for the body, you know, when we ask people what happened, you know, sometimes they take responsibility. Not this guy. Every part of that, even before we found her body, is woe is me. Worried about what's going to happen to me. Worried about why I'm not going to see my kid again. Worried about me. Selfish. We haven't even found her body yet, and he's worried about that. But he's so concerned about diverting law enforcement from what's going on. So concerned from diverting law enforcement from deciphering just simply where her body is, that he conjures a whole other persona out of thin air. And all the ranger had to do is look over at him and say, hey, I want to talk to the other guy. Okay, we'll talk to the other guy, and we'll tell you what happened. But that other guy lies as much as it was before. And that's the problem with all of this. We finally find her body, and here's what you're going to see once we find her body. Now, this is where we start getting into punishment. Obviously, the judge has already talked to you about, at some point, he's going to instruct you to find him guilty in that particular case. We're going to talk to you a little bit about punishment. Now, I hadn't planned on talking about punishment today. Change of events. Got to switch gears. What does punishment look like? Well, we have DNA. Not only do we have initial DNA from Athena that has Tanner Horner's DNA under her fingernails, we also have DNA, Tanner Horner's DNA, in places where you shouldn't find DNA on a 7-year-old girl. We're going to take you back in time. We're going to show you what Tanner Horner did to prepare for this, covering up the camera, setting this up. And he was there 24 hours before on the same road at a different house with a different girl. It looks eerily similar to what you're going to see on Athena's video the night before. Again, preparation, planning. Okay? So, let's talk a little bit about what you may see in this particular case. We're going to show you the whole video, and we're going to show you how he did it, because I think that's important. It's an hour. It's not 5 minutes. It's an hour. And it's not just one time that he's trying to kill her. It's over and over and over again. You can hear the banging in the truck. You can hear the screams. This is what's coming. It didn't happen fast. Now, when it comes to punishment, you guys know there are two questions, right? Future danger mitigation. We talked to them ad nauseum when you guys were doing Fort Dyer. I'll submit to you that the level of violence that one person can inflict on a child is important. But you're also going to hear all about this individual. You're also going to hear about past and present. And I submit to you that you're also going to hear a bunch of stuff about how he's got some kind of life problems. He's got some kind of medical problems. He's got some kind of this. He's got some kind of that. I anticipate all of that coming up. I anticipate a long line of experts rolled up in here telling you just about how problematic this guy is. That's what's to be expected. It's all an excuse. Okay? It's all an excuse for somebody who's done this. So I submit to you, when we get to that, it's going to take a little bit. We're going to try to streamline it as much as we can. Okay? But it's important. I'm going to leave you with this. When we talk to people about Athena, I told you in the beginning we have to talk about her in the past tense, which is very sad. Remember why we have to talk about it in the past tense. Today, we're about a month away, a little more than a month away from Athena's birthday. She would have been 11. Would have been 11. She would have been looking forward to summertime. She would have been in the 4th grade. Key word is would. It's in the past tense, and we know why. We're ready to present this case to you. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Judge?
Mr. Goble, you wish to make an opening statement? I'm sorry?
We wish to make an opening, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Goble.
Please, the court.
Yes, sir.
Sarah, you can leave it on the easel.
Morning. About this time last year, in the NBA playoffs, there was a player named Tyrese Halliburton. He played for the Indiana Pacers, and they were ranked like 4th in the East, something like that. But he led that team to the finals against the best team in the league, the Oklahoma City Thunder. He got him all the way to Game 7. But he was injured. If someone's physically injured, you could see it. You could see him limp. He had a calf injury. Gets to that Game 7, starts out hot, hits 3 3-pointers, they're winning. He's in the game, they're winning. He's out of the game, they're losing. And then his Achilles snaps. I don't know if you've seen that before, but that's a very visible injury. You can see that tendon go up under the skin. You can see him hit the ground, pound on it, pain, frustration, and you know he's done. He's not playing anymore. When someone has a physical injury, we kind of understand. You're not going to run as fast if you're an amputee. You're not going to jump as high. We knew he was playing hurt. We still wanted him to play through it. We still wanted him to win, right? Once that snaps, you know he's done. He's not going to play anymore. We like to say we understand. If you wanted him to win, you're still not happy about it. When someone's brain is what's injured, you don't see it. It's not visible at a glance. We don't treat it the same. We want people to push through it. We want them to be okay. If you're talking about a developmental issue, talking about a mental illness, brain damage, well, you should outgrow that. Everybody's sad sometimes. You got strength, just use your strength to make up for the deficits. A bone that's 99% unbroken is still a broken bone. It's not going to support the weight. It's not going to do its job. There are experts that can tell you, measure, testing, research, what's wrong with the brain, why it's not functioning the way you expect it to. They can show you causal links between what's wrong with the brain and how someone behaves, why they don't fit in, why they don't function the way someone who doesn't have those deficits functions. But do we really need that? It's not true that we don't know when something's wrong with someone. We know that someone ain't right. They don't pick up on the social cues. They can't solve the problems they should be able to solve with the intelligence they have. They can't put themselves in someone else's shoes the way everyone else does, the way you have to. Tanner's injury actually began before he was born. His mother, God bless her, Melissa Horner, was working as a stripper when she was pregnant. And one of the ways she was able to get on stage and do her job was to drink alcohol. If you're exposed to alcohol prenatally before you're born, it doesn't have to be a lot. It can be in the first trimester. We know now that if it's just on the wrong days of gestation, it will cause permanent injuries. Now, Melissa continued throughout Tanner's life to this day to have issues with substance abuse with the law. So she was not there for him a lot. Kind of in and out of her care. His dad, unfortunately, had similar issues, more legal, more substance abuse, and he wasn't there much either. So he was raised by Jackie Harbison. Jackie is a wonderful grandmother, and she's done the best she can with him. She had him tested at a young age, and the school determined he had Asperger's, which is now considered a form of autism spectrum disorder. Now, autism ranges from some mild quirks, some social issues, things like that, all the way up to being unable to function. That's why they call it a spectrum. Tanner received services throughout his school life until he was 18. Autism is one of those things, though, that you are taught skills to deal with. It doesn't go away. It's not something you outgrow. A lot of people, as they get to adulthood, learn skills and are able to cope. You're going to hear evidence about Tanner's autism. Tanner, unfortunately, has also suffered various mental illnesses throughout his life, been diagnosed, he's received treatment for, and some of those are ongoing. We will hear about those and what issues he has there. And finally, you will hear evidence that Tanner at some point, presumably during his developmental years, was exposed to a massive amount of lead. Testing shows that he has 24 times the amount of lead that a person his age should have in his bones. You don't have to be a scientist or a doctor to know that lead has terrible effects on the brain and on the body. Why does this matter? Well, remember back in the beginning when we were in the group, the judge told you, the state told you, the defense told you how important the presumption of innocence is. How important the state's burden of proof is. They have to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Tanner has done what he can today by pleading guilty, accepting that he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison. Now, I understand I have a different perspective on this because I've represented a lot of defendants who won't do that. The evidence is overwhelming. As the state said, it's terrible. I hate that we all have to sit through it together. But all across America today, there are defendants that are relying on that presumption of innocence and that burden of proof in their cases to try to get a non-guilty verdict, no matter how the evidence is stacked against them. You even heard in that group voir dire that we did, that the state suggested we might try to get a non-capital verdict in this case, a lesser included offense. We're not doing any of that. So where does that leave you? We've already talked about it. That's why we spent the time in individual voir dire going over everything. You've taken that oath now, that second oath we talked about, to follow the law. And the law in Texas never requires a death penalty. The law in Texas is always satisfied with life without parole.
Objection, argument, Your Honor. Overruled.
Life without parole is a terrible punishment. You are being asked to use your personal moral judgment to apply that special issue number 1 to the evidence that you do here. It's going to take a while. It'll be from both sides. But remember, that's whether there's a probability that the defendant will commit criminal acts of violence that constitute a continuing threat to society. We believe when you heard the evidence, you'll realize that the type of damage that Tanner had to his brain actually makes him a good candidate for structure and rules. It's probably what he's always needed. And when he goes to prison, he will be under threat. He will not be the one threatening you. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that he is a continuing threat to society, then you'll use your personal moral judgment to consider that second question. Whether or not there's a sufficient mitigating circumstance or circumstances to warrant a life sentence instead of a death sentence. We've talked about that already too. What is a sufficient mitigating circumstance from the evidence? It's whatever you find sufficient to justify a life sentence. Remember, you don't have to agree on why he isn't a continuing threat to society, and you don't have to agree on what a mitigating circumstance is. When you do see this evidence, the break is obvious. The only way to ignore that damage came, or that break came from the damage that was already there, is just like with Halliburton. If you ignore that his calf was already injured. That's how an Achilles tendon snaps. We still expected him to push through and win. We still expected Tanner to push through and be a father and be a productive citizen and be all the things that we wanted him to be. But he just didn't do it. So what I'm asking you to do is to not close your eyes to what you see about who Tanner is and how that applies to those two special issues. Not close your ears and not listen, not pretend that damage to the brain isn't real. Speak up, fulfill your oath, sentence him to life without parole.
Lindsey Thompson.
Lindsey Thompson.
Thompson, come right here, please. Good morning.
Good morning.
Have a seat. You would raise your right hand for me. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay. There's a rule of evidence in effect that says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. And once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Staten?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Thompson, would you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court?
Yes, my name is Lindsay Thompson, Lindsey, Thompson, Thompson.
Ms. Thompson, I notice you're wearing a green jacket there that has an emblem on it. What's that for?
I am a first grade teacher at Paradise Elementary in Paradise ISD.
Can you tell us a little bit about where Paradise is located?
Paradise is about 40 miles northwest of Fort Worth. A very small town, population under 1,000. Very small schools, one stoplight, your typical small town.
And tell me about Paradise ISD. How many kids do they have, and what size school is it?
UIL classifies us as a 3A district. We have about 100 students per grade level, give or take a little bit.
And you said you're a first grade teacher?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a first grade teacher?
I have been at Paradise ISD this is my 7th year, and prior to that I was in another district for 5 years teaching first grade.
So you're kind of a permanent first grade teacher?
Yes, I do love first grade.
So in your class, in Ms. Thompson's class, on average, about how many kids do you have in the class?
Between 18 and 20.
Now I'm going to take you back a little bit, if you will, back to it's been a few years, to the 2022 school year, okay? Were you teaching first grade then?
Yes, I was.
And did you have the same 18 to 20 kids?
Yes, I did.
Now, during that school year, did you have a chance to have a student in your class by the name of Athena Strand?
I did.
And tell me, when did she come to your class?
The first time I met Athena was at Meet the Teacher night. Her stepmom brought her in, and I vividly remember her coming in. She had all of her supplies. She was so excited about being at school. I can just still remember her just standing there, just excited to be there. And that was the first time that I met Athena.
And tell us a little bit about what kind of student was she?
I adored Athena. She was so much fun. She was a free spirit. She loved drawing. She loved to write. She loved to color. She was just your typical, 7-year-old little girl that just loved life. She would come in with, stickers on her hands. She loved to dress up. Like, she truly was a free spirit. Like, there's no other word to describe her. Like, she definitely was a true gem.
I'm going to bet when you say free spirit, is that kind of a nice way of saying that she might have been a little more enthusiastic in your class than some other kids?
Yes. She's one that would stand up for herself, and she would speak her mind when she wanted to. She loved to talk and socialize with her friends, but that's just who made her who she was.
So let me ask you, how long, you said it was Meet the Teacher night. When does Meet the Teacher night normally happen in a year?
In August, like about the week before school starts.
And then she was in your class through when?
November 30th, 2022.
Now, just so that we're clear, can you describe her physically for the jury?
Yes, she was thin and petite. She had blonde hair that sometimes she'd wear up, but most of the time it was down, wavy. She had perfect color skin, but she was always smiling.
Judge Matt?
Yes.
I'll show you two pictures. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And these are states 1 and 2. Who is that in those pictures?
That is Athena Strand.
Is that what she looked like the last time you saw her?
Yes.
Judge Ashley admits states 1 and 2.
Have you seen it tender it to defense?
Oh, I'm sorry, you did that yesterday.
Tender it to defense?
Oh, I'm
How long did we get, Your Honor? Did we just?
sorry. Sure.
I thought we had it on drive, I'm sorry.
Okay.
States Exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted.
We published 1 and 2?
Yes. Can all the members of the jury see the display
yes.
board?
Sorry.
No. Can all the members see the display board? Okay.
All right, well, when the computer figures itself out, we'll talk about that in a second, all right? Let me go. Let me ask you, let me take you to November of 2022 in any given school year. What is going on in November of 22 in any given school year in Ms. Thompson's first grade class?
Well, at the end of November, we are getting ready for Christmas, so it's a little bit chaotic, but everyone is super excited about Christmas coming, so we're doing Christmas crafts, writing Santa letters, just all the fun things that bring magic to first graders back at school.
You said that's at the end, right? Do you have some type of Thanksgiving break in the middle?
We do, yes.
And so let me take you to November of 2022. Do you remember when Thanksgiving break was that year?
It would have been the week before November 30th.
Okay. So let's talk about a couple of things. Thanksgiving break, obviously good for students and teachers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you, what is it like when kids come back from that Thanksgiving break?
It's a little bit chaotic, just because they know Christmas is coming. So they're just super excited. And so we, do lots of different activities to keep them engaged and still, ready to learn. Yes.
You said that after Thanksgiving break is we start looking towards Christmas, is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about another time during school, and it's something that is commonly called Red Ribbon Week. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Tell us what Red Ribbon Week is.
Red Ribbon Week is a week where it usually falls around Halloween, but we focus on making good choices, whether it be who we interact with, things we put in our body. It's, like I said, it's around Halloween, so we talk a lot about the candy that you have in your basket, make sure that your parent checks that before, but it's really just about safety and being aware of your surroundings and teaching kids that.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 2. Tell me what you notice about that picture.
She is wearing her Hocus Pocus shirt, and she did love Halloween and love dressing up.
So, was Athena in your class after you come back from Thanksgiving break?
She was.
And doing those activities you talked about?
Yes.
And was she there during Red Ribbon Week that year?
Yes, she was.
Right. Judge it with me. Show you the report, States Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is a journal entry from Athena's journal.
And how do you know that's from Athena's journal?
The following day after she was found, I looked in her journal at school, and this was the last entry in her journal.
And you recognize that as her journal?
Yes, it is.
Just read out to Mid States 4.
Yeah, this one will object hearsay, relevance, or prejudicial to probative and due process.
Objections overruled. States Exhibit 4 is admitted.
Ms. Thompson, you said something about you knew when exactly that you noticed this in her journal? When exactly was that?
It would have been on December 1st, 2022.
And we know Athena was murdered on November 30th.
Yes.
What day was that you found that?
It was Saturday, December 1st.
So at that point, we hadn't found her yet, had we?
No, sorry. It was on Saturday, December 2nd.
December 2nd?
Yes, sorry.
And so have we found her body by that time?
Yes.
Okay, and you're up at school and you're looking?
Yes.
And in that particular journal week, you said that, is that during Red Ribbon Week?
Yes, that was something we wrote during Red Ribbon Week.
And I'm not going to have you read it exactly, but what is Athena learning in that journal entry that day?
She is learning to stay away from strangers.
Stranger danger.
Yes.
And as part of her schoolwork and stuff during that week in that journal entry, what's going on with it? What are the students learning about?
They are learning about just staying safe, whether it be with interaction with other people or things that they're putting into their bodies. Just learning how to be safe as a child.
And part of that would be staying away from strangers.
Yes.
Or people that children know are strangers.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to take you to the the end of November, on Monday, November 28th.
Mm-hmm.
Were you in school that day?
Yes.
Okay. Was Athena in school that day?
Yes, she was.
I think you talked a minute ago how you guys were doing Christmas stuff.
Yes.
How far away from Christmas break at that time?
About 3 weeks.
Judge, can we publish dates for?
Sure.
Is this what you were talking about before?
Yes.
Is her writing?
Yes.
And that was the last writing she had in your class?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about that last week. Okay. So Monday is the 28th.
Yes.
And I'm going to take you to that Wednesday, November 30th. Was Athena also in your class that day?
She was.
Now, I'm going to ask you a couple of things here, and just to verify this. When we show you States Exhibit 1, that picture of her, or States 2 in her Hocus Pocus, is that what she looked like on that day?
Yes.
And when I tell you, and I use the term mandatory reporter, do you know what that means?
I do.
What does that mean?
That means as a teacher, I'm required to notify CPS if I have any concerns of neglect or harm.
Right. And in this particular case, when we see those pictures of Athena that you had, is that what she looked like?
Yes.
Did she have any bruises or other injuries on her?
No, she did not.
No? Okay. And I didn't tell you this in the beginning, but she's taken all this stuff down. So when I ask a question,
okay,
then you answer right back and forth. Okay?
Okay.
I didn't mention that before.
Okay.
All right. So let's take you to that Wednesday. She's in your class, and anything go on that day that was unusual or out of the ordinary?
No, I mean, it was a typical, middle of the week. Like I have talked about before, it was, right before Christmas, so everything was a little bit chaotic. As teachers, we have to really, make sure our classroom management is strong during that time. Athena, that particular day, she was talking a lot and, just being a kid. And so I did have to write in her binder that afternoon just to let, parents know that she did have a little bit of a struggle that day.
So a little bit of a rough day for Athena that
Yes, yes.
Let me show you, what we marked as States 3. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, that is a writing that Athena did from the first week of school. We read a story about being a good listener, and then the students responded by how they can be a good listener.
All right. And is there a picture on that?
Yes, there is.
And did you take that picture?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you create this for their class?
Yes.
Judge, we'd ask if it states 3. We're starting.
We understand objections, hearsay, relevance, or prejudicial, probative, and due process.
Those objections are overruled. States 3 is admitted.
Ms. Thompson, when did you say that picture was taken?
That picture was taken on the first day of school.
And we know, when was her last day of school?
November 30th, 2022.
And you said she had a bit of a rough day, a little bit too much talking.
Yes,
Did you have to be a teacher?
I did. I did.
And when you say you write in somebody's binder, for a first grader, is that a pretty big deal?
Yes, I mean, for the most part, yes, but just to let parents know kind of like what happened at school and, you know, just kind of give them an idea of what's happening in the classroom.
When Athena left school that day, what time does school normally let out?
3:25.
And let me just ask you this. What did you say to Athena when she left for school that day, leaving school that day?
I told her, I gave her a hug, and I told her, I love you, and we will have a better day tomorrow.
Did you have it tomorrow?
I did not.
When's the next day back at school?
It would have been Thursday.
Athena's not in your class, is she?
She is not.
What about Friday?
She's not in my class.
And part of this is, I'm going to ask you, what was going on in your class? How did that affect your class for those 2 days with her missing?
It was very hard. A lot of kids, some knew that something was not right, but I mean, everyone knew she was not there. I was still having to count her absent. A lot of kids, you could tell their anxiety, like they were worried. They knew something was wrong. Her desk was empty. But it was a very hard 2 days in the classroom.
So now we roll to Saturday. You said that's when you found out?
I found out Friday evening.
Friday evening on the 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
Did she become?
Mm-hmm.
Let's move forward to Monday. You go back to school Monday?
Yes.
How do you go back to school on Monday after that?
Because I knew that the rest of my class needed their teacher. And they needed someone to love them and support them and help them walk through this.
So what's happening in the school that day, that Monday?
We have a crisis team, which includes local counselors, counselors within our district, people from local churches. They come in to talk and support kids. We read off a script of letting them know that their classmate is no longer there. We do activities to try to help them begin the grieving process. There's just a lot going on, like just trying to help kids cope and learn. Like this is a big thing for them at 6 and 7 years old to have to walk through. And so there's just a lot of counseling, guidance, and support that is happening.
And at this point,
You need to take a break. How much longer do you anticipate with this witness?
a little bit.
Okay. All right, let's take our morning break. We will we'll come back at 20 minutes to 11, okay? 15 minutes, all right? See you then. All right, 10:40, everybody. Thank you very much. Just follow this.
Okay, so we're taking about a 15-minute break, Terry. What do you think about, so we've started off with her first grade teacher.
Yeah, right. Well, she's going to establish, one thing that's jumped out at me is that she established that there were no bruises on this child's body because she has a mandatory obligation to report. So if the defense were to come back and say, well, you know, he's not the one who caused these bruises, okay? But I think what is interesting that stood out to me in opening statements is that the prosecutor basically described and compared Mr. Horner to Satan.
Yeah, I wrote that down.
And so, is a judge, I'm not sure what if the judge was what he's doing. At any rate, the prosecutor told the jury, because they're going to see the video of the first moments of this happening, but the prosecutor said, but that camera was covered up.
Right, but you can hear the audio.
But you can hear the audio.
Well, he quoted Paul from 2 Corinthians where he says, Satan masquerades as an angel of light, and then he went on to say, and that's what we have here today.
Exactly. Yes.
And then
and prepared the jury, because this is you can hear the interaction between Athena and Mr. Horner, and in the truck, and the lies. He said that this was premeditated because, and I don't know yet because I haven't heard what the situation is, but that the only thing that Horner told the truth about was the fact that he did confess to killing her.
That he killed her. He said it. He called it. He said it's lie upon lie upon lie.
Right.
Exactly. And he just kind of, in that opening statement, started kind of walking through what some of those lies were, and then, some of this stuff is I think new, that to my knowledge, some of the stuff about that, that he had been in that neighborhood the day before,
right.
And I don't know if it had been previously reported that he had come to the neighborhood after and been asking kind of what's happening, and and that he and then also just hearing that he arrived, he comes to work on time, he gets make sure he gets the same truck. So they're clearly trying to lay out that that this is premeditated,
that he was making decisions, because they're going. The defense's argument is that a person with autism oftentimes can't make certain connections or decisions or whatever the case may be, but the state it looks like they're going to point out that he was very deliberate in some of the things he did. That they claim that, like you said, that the truck he kept the same truck so he would have the crime scene, that he was always in the crime scene. Connection between what has happened and covering it up. So, and one thing too that I didn't realize is the condition that they found Athena's body.
Yeah.
And so I think there are some horrible connections that they're going to make that I wasn't aware of, and maybe that's why the judge imposed a gag order, because there are a lot of facts that are going to come to light that are going to really paint this in a different light.
Right. Well, he says that there is DNA in places where you shouldn't find it.
Exactly. And she didn't have her clothes on when they found her body.
So that takes you to a place that you don't want to imagine. And Tanner Horner is not on trial for this part, but he is charged with 3 counts of sexual assault involving a minor in Tarrant County. I don't know the details of those particular cases, but I'm assuming some of that prior bad acts will come in, right?
Yeah, they argued that earlier before they even brought in the jury, and before they even let the gallery in, before they let people come into the courtroom. They were arguing those prior bad acts, and obviously there are some sexual matters related to Mr. Tanner that they're going to be bringing in. The judge has ruled that those things are admissible, and so I'm not sure what we're going to see or hear.
Well, let me start by let me also introduce myself again. I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at WFA. I have Terry Bentley Hill, who's our legal expert today, walking us through. And obviously, it has been a somewhat momentous beginning to this trial. Tanner Horner has pled guilty, so we have moved into the punishment phase. And in a punishment phase, they'll have to answer two questions. One, is he a continuing danger? And two, is there anything that would be mitigating that would say, oh, he should not be sentenced to the death penalty? And so those are the questions that the jury is going to have to answer. And I think based on what we heard the prosecutor say, we can expect them to present pretty much whatever the case was that they would have presented in guilt innocence, probably with some exclusions. We're going to pretty much hear all of that.
Yeah, it may be abbreviated a little bit, but I think people are confused. Well, if he pleaded guilty, then why are they bringing in the case? Why?
People were asking in the comments, why is there a punishment phase?
Exactly. Yeah. It's because the law states that you can use the facts considering your answers to the future danger questions, to the mitigating questions, really. And so that's why they're bringing in their witnesses to show what happened, because then the jury can consider that if they think he's a monster.
Right.
And that even people in jail are at risk because he's such a monster. But the defense got up and said, well, actually, he's the one, if he goes to prison, because he's either going to be sentenced to die, or he will go to prison for the rest of his life, right, without any possibility of parole. And the defense was saying, but he's the one really who's at risk of being injured in prison, not the other way around. And he also, the defense went into his already setting up the mitigation.
What did you think of that argument?
Well, number one, the defense is obligated to do due diligence and investigate mitigating factors. The Supreme Court has said it. If they don't, then those lawyers will sit on the stand and be accused of ineffective assistance of counsel. Okay,
right.
So you have to do that. And what they found out is that his mother was a stripper
and drank during
pregnancy, and that he was tested in elementary school, and he tested for what did they say, for Asperger's, for autism,
right.
And he was receiving services. But the fact of the matter is that's what they are trying to set up is mitigation in the.
And they also said he was supposedly exposed to lead. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, right.
They're doing what I would expect them to do.
They have to. They're doing what I mean, we can't get mad at them because this is exactly what they're supposed to do.
And people have asked, okay, so if they were not going for the death penalty, then the judge could have sentenced him to life in prison without parole.
Right.
But because the death penalty is on the table and remains on the table, you do have to go through this punishment phase.
Correct.
And in a way, it's just, I mean, for the family, how important is it to hear all this?
Well, I think it's very important, and in fact, the prosecutor said that the family is out there. The family is listening to this. The family, this is for the family too. This is not only Mr. Horner's day in court, but they want to make sure that everybody knows that this is Athena's day in court, and that because oftentimes in trials, the victim or the complaining witness or whatever you want to call it, they are secondary to the defendant and the defendant's right and the defendant's trial. We hear a lot about the defendant. We hear the defendant's name, et cetera, et cetera. And what the state is doing is saying, hey, I'm putting up this gigantic poster board of Athena's picture because we're not going to forget about this child. Right. We want everybody for the weight of this murder, the weight of this death, everybody feel it. Look at this precious child. And the teachers describing what it was like the day the child went missing, and then what happened, and not only the impact on the family, but also on Athena's friends and classmates. And so we've talked about, this is going to be a battle of the experts. They're going to have to bring someone in to convince this jury that there is an element of mitigating evidence that would provide the reason to sentence him to life in prison without parole.
Would you start it off with a teacher?
I'm not sure where they're going, but I don't know. I can't really say yet.
It kind of felt like they were doing a little bit of the day in the life of Athena.
Yeah.
That they were setting up, Athena had been in school. It sounded like she was talking too much. And of course, if you were to look at my elementary conduct grades, I would have had the same problem.
Right.
Or of course, they didn't do binders when I was a little kid, but the same kind of concept. You're probably talking too much, and the teacher said that she gave her a hug. She said, I gave her a hug and I told her I love you and we'll have a better day tomorrow.
Right.
Which is hard because there was no tomorrow.
Right.
Not for Athena, and she didn't see her tomorrow. And then she got really emotional when she was talking about that once she knew what had happened to Athena and how important it was for her to come, not call in sick, but come and be with those kids.
Right, to comfort them.
Because that's a heavy burden to bear.
The teacher also talked about that they were having lessons in this first grade class about stranger danger and how to protect yourself and keep yourself safe. And I think that that's going to come into play as well. I think that may be a reason why they brought the teacher in to talk about that this was fun and so it'll be interesting to see exactly where they're going when the defense is objecting to relevance. Why are we bringing in journal entries from Athena from the first day of school and the last? But
that makes her a real person.
It does.
I mean, it takes it and does this, right?
Yes.
I mean, she's a real person. She's a little girl who was murdered.
Yeah.
For no reason.
No.
Absolutely no reason.
I know.
Whether you buy the story that he gave, or what the prosecutors are going to say they're going to show us through evidence, there's just no reason for this. There's nothing.
Sounds like what he told, the story he told.
A lot of self-serving stuff is what the prosecutors are saying,
and a lot of lies. So I think that's brace yourself, because I think what we're going to find is this whole claim that she was injured, that he accidentally hit her with the van and injured her, and he was afraid he was going to get in trouble by her dad.
Sounds like we're going to hear that's a very self-serving story, is what the prosecutors are. What they say they're going to show us through the evidence, that what they said in their opening statements is, we're going to show you this was a premeditated crime. He scoped this area out, and then it sounded like he said that he was scoping out another little girl. The day before.
Right.
And so, which kind of, okay, as a parent, that's just terrifying. I mean, you know this, and the reality is statistically, it is typically not the stranger that's going to kidnap and harm your child.
Right.
Typically, it's someone you know.
Right.
I mean, that's just the reality.
Right.
But this is truly that ultimate nightmare scenario for a parent. and for for this family that has had to live through this. And they said in the audio that he said, the first thing he said to Athena was, "Don't scream or I'll hurt you." And he said it twice.
Put his hand over her mouth, apparently. Yeah. You know, and of course they are setting this up that she was out there. Here comes the FedEx truck, and what does the FedEx truck bring? Oh, surprises! It's around Christmas, and
well, in that Washington and in that Walmart box apparently was Barbies.
I know.
Ugh.
I know. So she was looking forward to that. She was excited, playing out front. They talk about how she is a strong-willed child, and so she obviously could take up for herself, and they're setting that up for a reason, because I think she struggled with him. And as he said
she fought with the strength of 100 men. I wrote that down because I thought, oh God, what that told me is what we're gonna, and I don't know if we're gonna live stream that audio or not. I don't know that those decisions have been made yet, but I think the audio, with the jurors are most certainly going to hear it. The people who are sitting in that courtroom are going to hear it, and it's going to be the kind of audio that you don't. I think it's going to be the kind of audio that makes you not be able to sleep, that you just can't get it out of your head.
Yeah, right. I mean, the prosecutor said, we're going to see what a 250-pound man can do to a 67-pound child, and there are instances where you've got families sitting in that gallery, mom, dad, stepmom. Here he comes, by the way. He's coming back into the courtroom.
Can we put the picture back up, guys?
But oftentimes, close relatives, if I were the state, will oftentimes show them, prepare them, let them hear it if they're wanting to hear it in advance, so they aren't blindsided when they get into the courtroom.
Exactly.
I don't know if that happened here, but sometimes that happens.
I suspect it has.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
All right, before we get started, Mr. Goebel, there's something that you wanted to put in the record.
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to object.
We have quiet in the court, please.
I would object to public items remaining on the screen after the witnesses make their comments on them. Essentially just paying the jury and distracting them. I would just ask for a running objection to that.
Your objection is overruled. You may have a running objection.
Thank you.
All right, are we ready to resume? Lunch for the jury won't be here till about 12:30, so we'll work up to as close as we can to that time, okay?
Yes, sir.
Y'all ready to resume?
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go.
Don't get yourself
All right, everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed, Mr. Stepmother.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thompson, when we left off, we were talking a little bit about your classroom that Monday and what's going on, and you talked about we have counselors there, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what was going on with the kids in your classroom that day?
They were very confused. You know, as 6 and 7 year olds, they have a really hard time understanding the loss of a friend. We did a lot of grief groups. We read stories. just trying to help them start that grieving and healing process.
And in this particular situation, are they aware of what had happened to her?
Yes, they were.
So they know that she was taken against her will and murdered.
Yes.
And these kids are how old?
6 and 7.
Let's talk about you. You've been teaching how many years total now?
This is my 12th year.
And how does this affect you as a teacher?
When I look at my life and career, I have before Athena and I have after, and it looks very different.
How so?
Every day I hug my kids as they walk out the door and tell them that they love them. But now every day when I do that, and for the rest of my teaching career, I have to think about what if they do not come back tomorrow.
So we are now approaching 4 years out?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Is this still affecting those kids?
Yes.
How so?
There are several of those students who, they are now in 4th grade, and there are several that are still having outside counselors. Several students that are afraid to sleep in their own bed, will not play in their front yard.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
Can't talk about things that you've been told by other people.
Yes.
Would you say lingering effect that's continued all the way to the 4th grade?
Yes.
Last thing I'm going to talk with you about here is, tell me about the mailbox.
So, when Athena passed, we wanted to do something for our students so they could learn how to grieve. And so we had a mailbox made that was placed outside of our classroom.
And let me stop you right there. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Yes.
This mailbox.
Yes.
Who made this mailbox?
My husband and I did.
And was it only in your classroom? Where was it?
It was between 2 first grade classrooms in the hallway.
And when we say mailbox, I want to make sure I understand what we're talking about. Would this be a normal, like we would see mailbox?
Yes, on a stand, yes.
And was that your idea to have this mailbox?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of you putting this mailbox or bringing it to the children? What was the purpose?
I wanted them to have the opportunity to write letters to Athena to help process.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Overruled.
To help process, and they would write, draw pictures, whatever they were feeling, and they would place in that mailbox.
And again, like I said, I'm not going to ask you what any of them said, so to speak. So you're saying the purpose was for these kids to be able to express themselves by writing or coloring and put in that mailbox.
Yes.
And so that mailbox, when did it arrive in between the 2 first grade classrooms?
The day that we returned to school, so that Monday.
And did you get some letters in it?
A lot, from all grade levels.
So did the mailbox stay there or in your classroom? Where did it end up?
We eventually moved it inside the classroom, but it began to get too much for the kids. They would tell me when they saw that, it made them think of Athena and what happened to her, and so we had to remove it out of the classroom.
And so how long did this mailbox, was it a fixture in the school?
For the remainder of the year, we moved it up to the front office, and kids still continue to put things in there, but it was in a different location in the office.
How many letters do you think you got in that mailbox?
Oh, over 100.
And just a little bit of it in the school before it let out?
Yes.
When we talk about you, you said that you've had some struggles as a teacher.
Yes.
Again, you had any struggles as a person?
Yes.
Tell us about it.
I have been through hours of therapy, trying to heal from this. I have lost 2 other students back to back with this tragedy, but this has hit me the hardest. It has forever changed my life, forever changed how I teach my kids. One of the biggest moments of struggle for me was one day I had a little girl. She came out into the hall. This was about 3 months after everything. And she was crying. And she sat down and she said, "Miss Thompson, I really miss Athena, but I'm afraid that this is going to happen to me too." And at that moment, I did not know.
Stay. It affected your kids?
It did. It did. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming in today, Ms. Thompson. My name is Steve Goebel. I'm one of the attorneys for Tanner Horner. I just have a couple of quick questions. On that state's exhibit number 4, the journal entry.
Yes.
The date on the top of that was October 27th, 2022.
Yes.
And what day did you say that was turned in?
I opened up her journal on December 2nd, and that was the day that I saw it. Yes.
So was that something they wrote in daily or weekly? Or?
It was weekly. Between like October and then December, we do a lot of writing outside of our journal, so that's why there was nothing in there after that.
And I think you, either today or previously, have described Athena as being very friendly.
Yes.
Very kind of talkative.
Yes.
Was there a story too that she maybe had befriended a new student?
She had, yes.
Can you tell us about that?
We had a student that came in to our classroom, and he had some needs that needed to be met, and she opened her arms to him. She played with him on the playground. Like, she just had a big heart, and that's just who she was.
That's wonderful. Thank you for testifying.
Yes, thank you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Who do you have next?
Elizabeth Ashley Strand.
Elizabeth Strand.
Your Honor, can we approach from there?
Sure. Good morning. You would raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay, give me a lower your hand. There's a rule of evidence that's in effect, says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. What you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Yes.
All right. Whose witness is this? Mr. State?
Yes, Your Honor. You know a little bit of me today.
Okay.
Ma'am, your first name is Elizabeth. Is that the common spelling, Elizabeth?
Yes.
Okay. But you go by Ashley, is that right?
Yes.
And how do you spell Ashley?
ASHLEY.
And as it applies to this case, your last name is Strand?
Yes.
And I'm going to take you right to this. I want to take you back to November of 22. Okay?
Okay.
What was your address at that particular time in November of 2022?
268 County Road,
If you
35.
could need to speak up a little bit closer. Okay.
It's 268 County Road, 3573 in Paradise.
Okay. And just so you're aware, we want to make sure everybody can hear what you have to say.
Yes.
All right? You're kind of soft-spoken, so you may have to pull that microphone up to you a little bit. You don't have my voice.
Got it.
All right. Let me just get a little information about that address. Where is that address located?
Well, technically in Cottondale, but in Paradise.
Okay. Those are towns, right?
Yes.
Okay. What county are they in?
Wise County.
Wise County. Okay. And so you said two towns. You said Paradise?
Yes.
And then you said Cottondale.
Cottondale.
Okay. And tell us just a little bit about Paradise as a town.
It's a very small town. Like one stoplight kind of town.
Okay.
You know, just a nice little quiet town.
What about, you said the town of Cottondale?
Yeah, it's inside of Paradise.
Okay. Is it bigger or
It's
smaller?
even smaller than Paradise is. I mean, there's tiniest little church ever out there, so.
Okay. So besides the tiniest little church ever, that's the only thing that is in Cottondale?
I mean, you know, lots of nice, you know, little properties and just, you know, places for, I don't know, just.
Let me help you with that. Is this small town country life is what you're telling me?
Yes, very much country life where, you know, you let your kids go play and ride four-wheelers and stuff and.
Did my approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that map and anything on that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about how you recognize it and what is it?
That is the property that we lived on. That's the driveway. You gotta go all the way up, it's really far. And then there's the circle drive where you go. And
Let me ask you, do you recognize the road that takes you to County Road 3573?
yes,
And do you recognize County Road 3573 has been the road you testified about?
yes.
Judge, we asked to admit states.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Okay. All right, can we publish that, please? Yes, sir. While the computer is doing its thing, let me ask you a little bit. What's the primary road that you are on to get to County Road 3573?
2123.
Okay, is this another county road or country road that's out there?
I mean, yeah, it's the main road that goes through Paradise.
Okay. All right. That will along be honest.
It's easier to see.
Thank you, Judge. So on this map here, where is the 2123 on this map here that we're looking at on the board?
I mean, it's at the bottom.
Okay, so that road there that runs left and right across the bottom, that's 2123?
Yes.
Okay. And then where is County Road 3573 that you were talking about?
Right up there where it says Almond Road, but it also says 3573 if you go up a little further.
And is that the road that you lived on?
Yes.
And so as we go down that road, where is your property location on that road?
That first driveway that you can visibly see on the right-hand side.
On the right. So right there where Mr. Berry's put the arrow. Is that right?
I'm sorry?
Right?
Yep, right there.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Pat. All right, so let's talk just a little bit about your address. You said it's closest, I guess, a real town would be Paradise?
Yes. I mean, it's Paradise, yes.
Despite the fact that it only has one stoplight, that's the
Yes.
closest town. Okay. And you've got your house on here where you were living at the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And let's talk about the driveway. Is it a straight through turnaround? What are we talking about here?
I mean, you got to go all the way down and turn around, but you could just, you know, you can see the circle where you go straight down, turn right around, and head right out.
All right. And do you know how many 100 feet it is from the road to your turnaround there?
Oh Lord, no.
All right. You don't have a concept on distance?
No.
Okay. So now this particular picture here, has the property changed a little bit since you were living out there?
Yes.
Okay. And is the road arrangement about the same as what it was before?
Yes.
Okay. And what's different?
Well, there used to be a trailer right across where you can see the carport. At the very end of the driveway, there used to be a trailer right there, right in front of that black roof right there.
We'll talk to you about that in a second. Now, on this particular property in 2022, was it just you living on the property? Who else lived there?
It was me and my daughter and Athena, and then my, at the time, about 18 month, year and a half old, and Jacob.
I'm going to get all these people right. So you and
Yes.
Jacob.
Me and Jacob.
Were you married to Jacob at that time?
Yes.
Okay. You said you have a daughter.
Yes.
What's her name?
Alice.
And Athena.
Yes.
And you said you had a youngster.
Yes, Yursa.
How old was yours at the time?
She was about a year and a half.
Busy mom.
Yes.
Now, let me ask you, on that piece of property, is it just y'all's family? When I say y'all's family, I mean your immediate family, or are there other people you're related to on the same property?
Yes, and then it's us right there, and then my sister-in-law and her husband are right down the hill.
Okay. And so on this piece of property, you have essentially, would you say, two families?
Yes.
Your family with you, Jacob, Alice, Athena, little baby Ursa.
Yes.
And then on the same piece of property, you had your brother and sister-in-law and their family.
Yes.
And what about on that road? Are you familiar with your? Let me strike that, Your Honor. On this particular road, can you describe 3573 for the jury?
I mean, it's a fairly decent-sized cul-de-sac. You know, we all have our little group messenger on there, so we all know each other fairly decently.
When you say cul-de-sac, would we also call that a dead-end road?
Yes.
And so it looks here like you live about halfway down that road. Is that right?
Give or take, yes.
Okay. I think we've already established we're not going to ask you about distances, okay?
Yes, thank you.
So, but are you fairly familiar with who your neighbors are and where they live?
Yes.
And let me ask you, do you know the Huffman family?
I do, yes.
And who are they?
Their kids are actually friends with my daughter.
Okay. And where do they live in relation to where you are on here?
At the very end of the
Objection,
cul-de-sac.
relevance?
Sustained.
So, this particular road, being that it's a dead-end road, does this have a lot of traffic on it?
No.
And we talked about your kids. Alice, is she older or younger than Athena?
She's older.
How old at the time back in 22 was Alice?
She was 10.
Okay. And Athena, how old was she back in 2022, November of 2022?
She was 7.
And you said a little Ursa was a year and a half. Is that right?
Yes.
Of the kids, I'm assuming that Alice and Athena went to school. Where'd they go to school?
At Paradise.
And how did the two girls normally get to and from school?
The bus.
And let me take you back to November 30th, okay, of 2022.
Yes.
Anything unusual about that day up until the time the two girls go to school?
No, nothing.
They get picked up by the bus normally?
Yes.
Given that it's a 10 and a 7-year-old girl, were you able to get them on the bus at the appropriate time?
Yes.
Okay. Is that hard sometimes?
It's a little rough sometimes. You know how the little girls can be.
Okay. And let me ask you, what do you mean by that, about how little girls can be?
You know, they like to pick out their own clothes and do their own hair and, you know.
May not meet mom's approval.
Yeah. But you gotta let them choose their own things.
I'll show you a picture that's already been admitted. There we go. Thank you, Mr. King. Do you recognize the girl in Taste Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's Athena.
And is that what she looked like back in November of 2022?
Yes.
And do you know, have information on when those pictures were taken?
About the weekend before, so 4 days before. November 30th.
Okay. So that particular picture, do you know who took that picture?
Her mom did.
Okay. And where was she when her mom took that picture?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you know where those pictures were taken?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
How did Athena come to live with you guys in Cottondale?
Her mom was sick and she wanted to stay for the summer, so she came and stayed with us and then ended up staying for the school year.
So do you remember what month she first arrived?
In May.
Of
22.
Where does Athena's mom live?
She lives in Oklahoma.
So in this particular picture that we're talking about, is that where Athena was in Oklahoma when her mom took that picture?
Yes.
Now, she's been there with you since May of 2022.
Yes.
And when does school start?
In August.
And so did she start school with Alice?
Yes.
And what grade would she be in? What grade would Alice be in?
She was in 1st grade. Alice was in 5th grade, I believe.
Now, we talked about when Athena moved with y'all from her mom's in Oklahoma. That was in May of 2022?
Yes.
How long have you been in Athena's life?
Oh, goodness. Since 2017. So she was about a year and a half when I came around.
Okay. Now, we've seen a couple of pictures here in the courtroom of Athena. This one here,
yes.
The red bow. Do you have a favorite picture of Athena?
Yes.
I'm not going to have you pull it out and show her anything, but can you describe that picture for us?
Yeah. She was very much an outdoorsy kid, and it's her. She's about 5 years old, and her and Alice had been playing outside in the mud all day long, and she comes up to me and she's holding this gross little worm in her hand. She is covered in mud, like, I mean, head to toe. It's all over her face, and she's so excited to have this little worm. That's my favorite picture of her.
That's the one you go to. That's the one you remember.
Thanks.
Now I'm going to take it to November 30th, 2022. Okay? If you need a glass of water or anything, it's right there. Okay? That's a Wednesday. And it's Athena and I must go to school normally that day. I think I already asked you that.
Yes.
And do you remember any particular item of clothing that Athena was wearing that day?
She was wearing some jeans with little red flowers on the pockets.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll show you what we've marked as State's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are Athena's pants.
Are those the ones that you just told us she was wearing on the day, November 30th, 2022?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with those?
I mean, because they're her pants. They're.
All right, let me ask you, do you recognize the size and the style?
Yes.
And do you recognize those as the one that she wore on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And are those, is that the same thing that you described to law enforcement that she was wearing on that day when she went missing?
Yes.
Has to admit states.
No objections.
State's Exhibit 6 is admitted.
We publish that back. So on the day that she went missing, November 30th of 2022, we talked a little bit about what she was wearing, and you remembered that she was wearing these pants.
Yes.
With the little flowers on the pocket. And that's what you told law enforcement.
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about how we get to that point, okay? What time did the kids get home that day?
Around 4:20 is when the bus usually drops them off.
And was that normal for them to be home at that time?
Yes.
And so on that particular day, what's Alice up to that day?
She had to go down to my sister-in-law's because she needed help with her homework.
All right. And then what's Athena up to that day?
She was up at the house hanging out with me and the baby, and doing her laundry and playing with her through the windows.
All right. And I'll ask this from the mom perspective. What's she supposed to be doing there?
She was supposed to be sorting her laundry.
All right. How was that working out?
Not very well.
Okay. And was that kind of to be expected?
Yes.
What are you, mom with a 1.5-year-old, what are you doing
I
during that time?
I was cooking dinner.
What's for dinner?
Trout.
Trout.
Yes, trout.
Just trout and nothing
And
else?
trout and couscous.
So mom and baby are cooking dinner. And during that time, Athena's supposed to be doing her laundry.
Yes.
Anything out of the ordinary up until that point?
No, nothing.
Now, this piece of property that you're on, do you know how many acres it is total, you and the sister-in-law?
Me and the sister-in-law, it's 10.
Okay. And let me just ask you, was it commonplace for the kids to play and be out on the property in the country?
Very much, yes.
And I noticed on the map we had up there before, there looked to be a little pond on that, is that right?
Yes.
And so I'm just trying to get if it was normal for the kids to be outside in the country on the property.
Yes, of course.
So at this particular time, got you cooking dinner. What's Jacob up to?
He had left for a hunting trip.
Okay. Let me back up a little bit. So the kids got home, you said around 4:20.
Yes.
What time does Jacob leave to go on his hunting trip?
Oh, goodness.
Let me ask it this way. Did he leave before or after they got home from school?
After they got home from school.
So Jacob's headed hunting, correct?
Yes, yes.
And you said after he left at some point. Do you remember when he left?
I do not remember what time he left.
And so we're sometime after the kids get home from school at 4:20?
Yes.
What time did you expect to have dinner ready for the kids?
Around 6:30 is, about dinner time every night.
Okay. And so I asked you earlier a little bit about the kids on your property. What kinds of things did Alice and Athena do on your property on that 10 acres?
Oh, I mean, they would play and run around outside. They had their favorite tree that they would go to. They would run back and forth up and down the hill to their aunt's house to go play with her boys. You know, just being kids in the country.
At some point, when did you discover that Athena wasn't where you expected her to be?
It was whenever dinner was done. I was gonna go get her and call her.
So tell us a little bit about between dinner being done and you looking for Athena. What would happen in that little short time span?
I went to get her. I saw that she wasn't in her room sorting her clothes. And so I, looked around, couldn't find her. I called Heather to see if she had gone down to her house. She said that she hadn't gone down to her house.
Let me stop you. Let me ask you a couple of short questions here. Is Heather your sister-in-law?
Yes.
Is that the other house that you pointed out to us?
Yes.
So it wouldn't have been unusual for Athena and Alice to go over to the sister-in-law's house?
No, not at all.
Was she at the sister-in-law's house?
No.
Excuse me. It's always technology. Back and running again. Was it unusual for her, like you said, they had a favorite tree, is that right?
Yes.
What was it about this tree that they played on?
I don't even know. It is, I guess the best tree there, and it was right in front of where the trailer was, and they had all their toys around it all the time, and
Okay. That's just where they chose to play?
yes.
And so you checked with your sister-in-law?
Yes.
And Athena wasn't there?
Yes.
And you checked the tree where they might be, she wasn't there?
Yes.
I'm just gonna, did you basically just check your entire property?
Yes.
See if she was there?
Yes.
Was she there?
No.
So once you kind of figure that out, what is your next steps when she's not where you think she is?
I called the police.
And do you remember what agency came out?
Decatur.
Let me ask you. We have multiple agencies in Wise County. We have the sheriff's office, we have police departments, game wardens, people at highway patrol. Okay. Do you remember which of those agencies came out and talked to you?
The police department, I believe.
Okay. And at this time, when they get there on property, what are you and the family doing at that time?
Looking.
When you say looking, are you just like looking places, or what else?
No, we are everywhere, all over the property, looking for her.
Okay. And at this point in time, right then, when you're just looking for, and the police arrive, what are you kind of thinking is going on right at that time?
I thought maybe she was just hiding somewhere.
Okay. Just being
playing hide and seek. Mm-hmm.
Okay. We heard from Ms. Thompson how she was a little...
Objection, Your Honor, to informing the witness what another witness may have said.
Suspended. What kind of kid was Athena on your property out there in Cottondale?
She was wild. She loved living out there. Loved just, the freedom of, being a kid. Getting to just run wild and free on some land.
I think at some points you might call that being a little feral.
Feral, yes. I've used that word.
Right. Okay. So we're at the point to where everybody's out there, we're looking for her, we're not finding her. Are you thinking that it's you know, she's gonna find her someplace, right?
Yes.
All right. When did it start to sink in that she was actually missing and not just playing hide and seek?
I mean, when nobody could find her. But the biggest one was when we were all huddled in a circle and the helicopters were flying over us and nobody could find her.
So at some point, it wasn't just the one person from the police that came out, right?
Yes.
And so on that particular day, on November 30th, what we're talking about here, how many, I mean, you said we had helicopters in the air. How many other police do you think showed up just on that day looking for her?
I can't even tell you, there were so many, probably 50 or more people there.
And let me just ask you, how many days did this search go on?
3.
Okay. Now, let me just ask you, during your initial search, you said where you were out there looking for her, did you notice anything unusual or out of place on your property?
Yes.
And what was that?
The box.
And we'll talk, let me just ask you, when we say the box, let me ask you, what do you mean when you say the box?
It's a Walmart box.
And can you describe it?
It's a cardboard box with blue on it.
And do you know why that box would have been out on your property that day?
Because I had bought her Barbies for Christmas. And they were supposed to get delivered.
So you're talking about this particular box. Let me actually, I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 8, 9, and 10. Let me ask you about, let these out of your way. I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 8 and 9. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
That's the box that got delivered that day.
Okay. And whose address is on that box?
Our address.
Is that the 268 address?
Yes.
Okay. And who's the person's name that's on that box?
That's my name.
Okay. And do you know who delivered that box according to it?
FedEx delivered it.
Okay. And so this box, as you see it in these two pictures, is that what it looked like on the day that you saw it at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And is that what it looked like when you spotted it when you were out searching?
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 10. Do you recognize this picture and this what's in it?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what's in this picture in State's 10?
That's the front of where the trailer was.
Okay. And we talked about this trailer. Was this someplace that y'all were inhabiting, or what was the status?
No, we were not living in it.
All right. So this was an abandoned.
Yes, abandoned trailer.
Okay. That was just on the property.
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a little bit. We talked about some of the roads. Do you recognize the road and driveway in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Put these back here. Judge, we'd ask to admit States 8, 9, and 10.
No objection.
State's Exhibits 8, 9, and 10 are admitted.
You give me 8.
I'm sorry, yes, say that again.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Good. See what the numbers are on. Ask you about those.
Okay.
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 So this exhibit we're showing you here, is this what you were talking about before? It has your address on it?
Yes.
And your name on it?
Yes.
And this is the blue box that you were talking about?
Yes.
The one that FedEx delivered?
Yes.
And were you somehow tracking whether or not this was delivered or not?
Yes.
Okay. It arrived at your house.
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you the. Yeah. I'm going to show you states 10. When we see this over here on the right, is that the same box that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And I see what appears to be a little porch or something on that. Is that right?
Yes.
And is this part of that abandoned dwelling that was on that property?
Yes.
Okay. Now I see a lot of police cars parked there. Is that kind of what it looked like when they were looking for her?
Yes.
Now, we mentioned before that we have the circle drive on that map. Is that right?
Yes.
And so is this part of that driveway?
The main driveway was right here, where you see the archway right there.
Right.
Yeah, just circle right past that. That's a little bit,
but
it's all connected.
Is this your driveway?
Yes, this is our driveway.
And that's where you found that box?
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about that box. What did you say that you ordered in that box?
Barbies.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 7. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are all you can be Barbies.
All right. And do you recognize that is what you ordered?
Yes.
And who were those for?
Those were for Athena.
And do you believe this to be the same Barbies that were inside that box?
Yes.
Okay. They were delivered on that day, November 30th?
Yes.
Judge, we'd have to submit State 7.
No objections.
State's Exhibit 7 is admitted.
Actually, let me ask you, why did you order those Barbies?
These specific Barbies? I mean, because it came with so many of them, she could get, 6 Barbies all at once.
Okay. And what was the name on those Barbies?
They were career Barbies.
And who were those for?
They were for Athena.
For just present or for some other occasion?
For a Christmas present.
Christmas. Okay. And that's what was delivered to you on that day?
Yes.
Now, some folks have a regular driver that they may recognize that delivers UPS, FedEx, Amazon. Okay? Do you recognize Tanner Horner as your driver?
No.
Did you ever seen him before that day?
No.
Ever?
No.
Now, Athena went missing on a Wednesday. What day was it of the week when they found her?
It was Friday.
And at some point, I'm assuming you were informed that she was deceased. Is that right?
Yes.
Who informed you?
I believe it was the sheriff. It's a blur.
Do you remember where you were?
At the Cottondale Church.
And who were you with when you found out she was deceased?
I was with Jacob and Maitland.
So, Jacob, your husband?
Yes.
And I didn't ask you, is that Athena's mom?
Yes.
Okay, Maitland?
Yes.
And y'all were there in the church together?
Yes.
Let me ask you a little bit about Athena on that particular day. You had seen her for an hour or so before she went missing, right?
Yes.
Okay. At any point in time, did she have any injuries on her whatsoever?
No.
Okay. Did she have any bruises on her face?
No.
Did she have any bruises you were aware of on her body?
No.
Did she have any unusual markings, scratches, or anything else on her body?
No.
So the last time you saw her, would that be what she looked like in the picture we showed you earlier?
Yes.
showed you State's Exhibit 12. You recognize the child in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And who is that child in that picture?
That's Athena.
Okay. Does she look the same as she did when you last saw her on November 30th?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 11. Do you recognize, let me ask you first, do you recognize the background and the location where that's taken?
Yes.
And where is that?
That's on the property 268.
Okay. Is that where we also see Exhibit 10, the
Yeah.
driveway?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be where the police cars were parked?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize that as being your driveway?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize the person that's in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Now, will you agree with me that picture is a little fuzzy?
Yes.
Okay. Who's the person in that picture?
That's Athena.
Now, how do you know that that's Athena?
Because I know my child. It's her. That's her hair, and it's just, little stick girl right there with her long legs.
All right. Here's the estimate, States 11 and 12.
No objections.
State's Exhibits 11 and 12 are admitted.
Can I see 11? Yes, This is on your property?
Yes.
Notice, what does that appears to be on the other side of Athena in this picture?
The driveway and a water hose.
And when we talk about this, we saw a picture of where that box was.
Yes.
Okay. Is that box close or far away from where this picture is taken?
It's pretty close.
Okay. All right. And so that's Athena in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 12? Yes. This is what you testified before. That's Athena in that picture.
Yes.
Do you recognize what pants she's wearing?
She's wearing the pants that I described.
Now hold up that other picture. Let me ask you a question about it. Do you have the other picture?
This
of the
one?
pants? No, the pants.
The pants. Yes.
There we go. State's Exhibit number 6. Do those look like the same pants or similar pants to what she's wearing?
Yes.
And is this what she looked like the last time you saw her?
Yes.
Now let me just ask you, would she have had any reason to be inside of what appears to be a van or truck at that time?
No.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Overruled.
Would she have had any reason to be in a truck with that individual that's depicted in that picture?
No.
Okay. Did you give her permission to be in that truck?
No.
Did you give her permission to be taking a ride with that individual in that picture?
No.
So we find her, you get told on that Friday that she's deceased.
Yes.
What's your reaction when you find out that Athena's no longer with us?
I lost it. I just don't know how you're going to react to something like that.
Since that time,
Mm-hmm.
how has this affected you since that time?
I mean, a lot. It's affected me. It's affected my marriage. It affected my children.
Let's talk about that. You still married to Jacob?
No.
You think Athena being kidnapped and murdered played a role in that?
Yes.
You said it affected your children.
Mm-hmm.
talk about Alice.
Okay.
How did Athena going missing affect Alice?
I mean, she lost her sister in the most horrific way. Even if a delivery driver just drives down the driveway, and she's outside, she runs and hides. It's affected her school. It's affected her friends. It's affected just her in general. She has nightmares.
About her sister?
Yes.
How old's Alice now?
She's 14.
And still affecting her?
Yes.
When was Athena's funeral?
December 6th. That whole time frame is... I've tried to just not think about anything like that.
You don't think about it?
I try not to.
Let's talk about you. How's this affected you as a person?
I'm not the same. I don't trust anybody. You can't. You're just not okay after something like that. Even my 5-year-old says stuff.
Still scared?
Yes.
That's what you're
Cross-examination.
Yes, Sean, I know you heard from her.
Yes.
I have some exhibits that we had a printing snafu, and all I have are the black and whites. If admitted, what we would like to do is get them printed on regular in color. I'd like to display them in color, but I didn't know if you wanted to see them beforehand. I've already shown them to the state.
State objects to it.
Wait, so you're going to admit them in black and white, and then you want to display them in color?
Yes.
Because they appear on the computer in color?
Correct, and then we would like to swap out the black and white for the color because we're getting them reprinted.
Okay, so what we can do is we can have what are they marked as?
They're not marked as they'll be defense 1 through 5.
Okay, so what we can do.
Ms. Strand, I want to hand you what has been marked as defense exhibits number 1 through 5. If you take a look at those, please.
Yes.
And do you recognize defense exhibits number 1 through 5?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to be?
The property.
And this is the property that you were living on at the time of Athena's disappearance?
Yes.
Okay. Defense offers defense exhibits 1 through 5?
Have you shown them to the
Yes.
state?
I will show them again.
The objection is not relevant, Your Honor.
Okay. The objection is overruled and defense exhibits 1 through 5 are admitted.
And Your Honor, for the purposes of the record, we had a printing issue, so the defense exhibits number 1 through 5 that I've shown Ms. Strand and that she has identified are in black and white. However, we do have the originals in color that we would like to publish to the jury.
That's fine. When you get ready to substitute, we can make sure the record is clear as to the new exhibits.
And it gets switched over to okay. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm having technical difficulties.
Take your time. Mr. Goble, I think the power cord may have come loose just to be on the safe side.
Thank you.
Ms. Strand, what do you recognize defense exhibit 1 to be?
That's the abandoned trailer.
In this photo, on the right-hand side, about halfway down, is that where the box was left?
Yes.
And on defense exhibit number 2, what is this?
That is also the abandoned trailer.
And this is, were people living in the trailer at the time?
No.
Where were they living?
There's a house in the back that we were living in.
And is that the house that y'all were renovating?
Yes.
Defense exhibit number 3, what is that?
The dog pen in the pool.
Okay. And this is still on the property?
Still the same property.
Defense exhibit number 4, what do you recognize this to be?
Still the property. It's the outdoor shower.
Was there running water in the house?
Yes.
Were there, why an outdoor shower?
Well, we were in transition, trying to get it just finished and ready, and that's, you know.
And lastly, defense exhibit number 5. What do you recognize this to be?
That's the girls' room.
Can you see the girls' room from the main house?
Yes.
And can you see the girls' room from the kitchen where you were preparing dinner?
If you peek through the window, yes.
From the kitchen where you were preparing dinner, would you have been able to see the delivery truck drive up?
No.
On that day, or let me back up, these photos are an accurate representation of your property on that day?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
None further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Your Honor, would you consider a quick break?
Okay. Give us about 10 minutes, and we'll call you right back in. Your lunch should be here about 12:30, so we're going to work up until that point, okay? 10 minutes, everybody, 5 till 12.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are, they've taken a break, court's taken a break here for, I don't know, sounds like about 10 minutes.
Right.
Some pretty emotional testimony from her stepmother here, you know, hearing about these Barbies, this all-you-can-be Barbies,
right.
career Barbies. This was a Christmas present for Athena Strand, and that, you know, and then to see that picture of Athena inside that
Right.
delivery truck, and she certainly did not look injured.
She did not look injured. I think that's very interesting. She's, yeah, that was the thing that jumped out at me, is that child does not appear to be injured. And he's in the driver's seat, so it looks like he's driving off someplace with that child.
Yes.
Doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. She does not look like a kid who has been hurt at that point.
Right. That's
you know,
right.
Contrary to the story that he told, which is that, oh, I had hit her, and so I was scared, so then I grabbed her, which again is a terrible story. Even if that's a true story, you know, that it's you know, it's interesting. I was just the amazingness of just even 20 years ago, 10 years ago, we wouldn't have this video.
No, that's right.
We wouldn't have these pictures. We wouldn't have this audio.
That's exactly right. Yeah, things have changed a lot. And you know, for the better, because now we can be more certain because we have video and we have audio.
Because this is not a circumstantial case.
No, it is not.
This is a I don't want to say open and shut, but in terms of, I mean, he's pled guilty, but that video, that picture taken from that video is it's chilling.
Well, you and I, we don't have all the facts and we don't know all the evidence in the case, so you could say, well, we're watching this just like the jury's watching this. And I'm sure that the jury thought the same thing when they saw the photograph of Athena and the FedEx truck, and wondered, well, so he backed into her and he was afraid she was hurt, so he put her in the, well.
Doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, and that goes to the opening argument by the prosecutor who said there's lie after lie after lie. So therefore, that may be lie number one. We just haven't heard the actual words that's lie, but we can look for ourselves and see that looks like lie number one right there.
Right. I assume at some point we're going to hear his video, the video of his statement that he gave the authorities, which I am very much interested in hearing. You know, I want to hear the lie upon lie and then pick it apart point by point.
Well, yeah. And there's a video, obviously, that he covers up in that van, because that's what the prosecutor said, is that we have video for a minute.
Right.
And then all of a sudden it's covered up. And so we have to rely on the audio after that.
And, you know, and to hear Elizabeth Strand walk us through? So they've moved out to the country, right?
Yeah.
And you think if you move out to the country, your kids are safe, and you get outside the city, and you got the big, property
And a pond, and
all the things, And then, sister-in-law lives down the street, and so Athena can go down there, and there's there was a tree, some kind of tree that she played in. And, she's cooking trout and couscous, and the kids have gotten home from school at 4:20, and Dad has gone off to hunt. This scene of just normalness, but in this delivery truck is evil.
Sure. Well, yep. Because
he's pled guilty.
Yeah, he's pled guilty. We can say that. Yeah.
If we were in guilt innocence, I would be much more measured in saying things like that, because
they have to prove it.
They have to prove it,
right.
yeah. But that's been established,
right?
At this point, he has pled guilty to capital murder. So no matter what happens here, at a minimum, he's getting life in prison without parole.
Right.
Minimum.
Yeah.
So, when you I know I was kind of talking about what stood out to me in Mom's testimony. What stands out to you?
Well, it's heartbreaking because it's not, when something like this happens, it's not an isolated event. It has ripple effects. Elizabeth and Jacob, who is Athena's father, their marriage, it destroyed their marriage. They're not married anymore. She says her own daughter is afraid to be outside, and when a delivery truck rolls down the street, she has PTSD, she panics.
Well, you'd be scared to death.
Absolutely. So it is, what really strikes me is just the human toll that this takes. It's just not one snapshot of an event. It is a lifetime event. And that the people who are related to Athena, the jury who has to see the video and see the photographs and hear the audio, it's a lifetime event for them. They won't just be able to scrub their memories of this. So it is a comprehensive tragedy, is what it is.
It really is. And, and the teacher said something that I wrote down that I thought, she said, it has forever changed my life, forever changed how I teach. Imagine a kid is in your class one day.
Right.
And the next day they're not, because somebody has snatched them off the street and strangled them and left their body.
And he's accused anyway, well, he pled guilty to it, of stomping her. He used his feet as well. And we aren't alleging that because he pleaded to that. Yeah. So therefore, he used his hands, he used his feet, no telling what.
Yeah, that picture, seeing her in that truck, it's almost an image that I'm not sure, it's an image I think that's going to stick in my mind. I mean, I've done enough of these trials now that, I still have the Uvalde case that we just did together. I still have sounds that rattle around in my head from that trial, things you just cannot unhear and unsee.
Right.
And I suspect if we were to go talk to the jurors in the Uvalde case, we would find that they are haunted. And I think that the things that we will see and hear in this trial will be haunting.
Yeah, without a doubt. And even if you don't see the video, even if you don't hear the audio, but you hear the testimony from the stand, that is haunting, just that little element.
Mm-hmm.
So when you compound that with obviously some terrifying audio and video, then it's just, like I said, you cannot wipe that slate clean. That is burned into the brain one way or the other.
Okay, so folks are asking some questions in the chat. If you're joining us, I want to give a recap of where things stand. This morning, right off the top, Tanner Horner, he pled guilty, which means at a minimum he will get life in prison without parole. But now we have entered the punishment phase where prosecutors are trying to get him sentenced to the death penalty. And there's two key questions that the jury will have to answer. Okay, we're back. Yeah.
So the jury with this next witness, and the witness has been sworn, so state may proceed. Or what, you have, okay, let me, what are we doing?
Your Honor, the state had shown us some exhibits yesterday that they anticipate Sheriff Aiken will be testifying about.
Okay.
And rather than taking him on voir dire in front of the jury, since the jury was out, we can go ahead and basically do our voir dire on those photos now.
Okay, so the defense is satisfied as to what exhibits the state wants to introduce through this witness. You just want to ask him some questions.
Correct.
Okay, all right, Ms. Anderson, now I know what you're going. Okay, go ahead.
I will need the exhibits from the state.
Here's all of them.
Okay.
I think they're only addressing the first set.
I'm sorry. Y'all might need to change it for me. I don't need it for this purpose, but the state may need it for their direction. Okay, but we need to take this one down. May I approach the witness? Your
Yes,
Honor?
ma'am, absolutely.
And we don't need the lights off, it's just, okay, perfect. Sheriff Aiken, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Sheriff Aiken, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibits number 13 through 21, and ask that you take a look at those for a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Did you take any of these photos?
I did not.
Do you know who did take them?
I think some of those may have come from a video.
Did you take that video?
No, I did not.
Do you know who did take that video?
I do.
And who took that video?
The defendant.
The defendant took the video?
That's what I'm thinking. It was in the vehicle that he was driving.
So this came from the camera that was on the truck?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not saying that Tanner Horner took the video
Well,
himself?
he was driving the vehicle that had the camera.
Did you prepare these documents?
I did not.
Did you take the still shots?
I did not.
Other than looking at these photos, do you have any knowledge about their origins, creation, anything like that?
Well, all the images, I remember those days and those times and the things that are going on there. So that's the way it was that day.
Were you in the truck?
I was not in the truck.
So these are not based upon your perceptions, are they? They're based upon what was filmed by someone else.
Well, it's my perception as well because I was there. And so I do see exactly what was going on that day. So I recognize the accuracy of those images.
Okay, so who is that in State's
Oh
Exhibit
my
number
goodness,
21?
I can't tell who that is. I think I know. That may be one of my deputies.
Maybe one of them?
Maybe, but
And-
it's really kind of foggy or fuzzy there. I can't tell, but that's our marked unit there, and we had these toilets there as well.
What
So
time
I
of day
remember-
was this taken?
I don't know for sure. I think probably it's maybe morning time, and I would think probably it's on the day of December 1st, I would think.
On State's Exhibit number 20, what time of day was that taken?
Well, it's probably about the same time. Same time looking at the clouds and the light, probably about the same time.
State's Exhibit number 18?
Yes,
Can you
ma'am.
identify anybody in that?
I recognize the vehicles, and we had so many people there helping. So I recognize those vehicles and how difficult it was to get up and down that road because of all the people who were coming there to help.
And what time of day was that taken?
I think that's probably about the same time. Again, looking at the clouds and the light.
State's Exhibit number 19, do you recognize anybody in that? And can you identify the people?
Well, there is an entrance there to Athena's house, and those are some volunteers who had come to help. And I really can't tell at that distance exactly who they are, but there are people who came to help.
And you didn't take this picture either?
No, ma'am.
And what time of day would this occur?
This is going to be about the same time as that one.
But you don't know for sure, do you? You're just guessing?
No, I'm not really guessing. I think that's based on some knowledge there that's probably about the same time.
And
It's coming from a moving truck.
so you said probably at the same time, but before you said you didn't know what time that was.
Well, I don't, but I know it's about the same time of day.
Okay. Whose car is that in State's Exhibit number 17?
Well, that's one of my deputies'
Do you know which
cars.
deputy?
No,
One at a time, everybody. One at a time.
I don't.
Okay. In State's Exhibit number 16, whose vehicles are those?
Those are the vehicles of the people who came to help us.
And what time of day was this one taken?
Again, it's about the same time.
And
Again, I would say mid-morning probably on the 1st of December.
State's Exhibit number 15.
Yes,
Whose
ma'am.
property is that?
Obviously, it's a T.R. Murphy ranch, and I know that's out on 2123. It's not too far from the entrance that goes on 3573, where the Athena's house was. So this is on the Farmers Market Road.
Do you know who owns that property?
I do not know.
State's Exhibit number 14. Again, you didn't take that photo?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
And you didn't prepare that photo?
No, ma'am.
That photo was taken from a vehicle and the video on the vehicle, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you did not have access to that video, did you?
No, I've just seen the video.
And you weren't on the truck when the video was taken?
No.
Okay. Whose vehicles are those?
Well, again, that's that same deputy's vehicle that's parked there that you showed me just a minute ago, and these are probably some of the same people who came to help us that day.
And lastly, State's Exhibit number 13. Whose vehicles are those?
Those are more good citizens of Wise County who came to help us find Athena.
And again, you didn't take this photo either?
No, ma'am.
It didn't prepare the document or the exhibit?
No, ma'am.
Who prepared State's Exhibits number 13 through 21 for you?
I don't know.
So you don't know whose hands they went through?
No, I just remember that's accurate. That's the way it was that day.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any questions? Sheriff, do you recognize each and every one of those about the scene in each and every one of those?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize it as the scene as it occurred on December 1st during the search for Athena?
Yes, sir.
And whether or not you took the picture, do you recognize the road going in?
I do.
Do you recognize the location of Athena's home and entrance on that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you recognize the entrance to 3573?
Yes, sir.
And how did you come to be have that knowledge?
Because I've seen the video from the truck.
And during that time, were you out there at any of that time?
Yes, I was, for most of the time.
And are these an accurate depiction of the scene as it occurred on December 1st, 2022, when you were out there?
Yes, sir.
So regardless whoever took these, you can testify that that was the scene at that time on that day?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Ms. Anderson.
I have nothing further, Your Honor, but I do have argument.
I'm ready to hear it.
Your Honor, let's see the photos. We had a lot of probablys. It probably was at this time. It probably was on this date. Sheriff Aiken is not testifying from what he knows, but what he was given by someone else. He said that he was out at the scene, but he couldn't identify the cars, couldn't identify the people. He did prepare these. So the only thing that he can testify to is that this is what he saw on a video. He can't testify that that he was on the scene when this occurred. He cannot testify he was on the scene when any of these occurred. And so whether or not this, we would concede that this represents what happened when these photos were taken, but Sheriff Aiken cannot testify that these are accurate when he was out at the scene, because he wasn't there when these were taken.
Those objections are overruled. You can have a running objection throughout this testimony in regard to states, if they offer states exhibits 13 through 21 in the presence of the jury. Both sides ready for the jury?
Ready for the jury, Your Honor.
Y'all ready, defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Stegman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, would you state your name for the jury, please?
Lane Aiken.
And when were you the sheriff of Wise County?
I was sheriff in Wise County from 2016 through December 31st, 2024 at 4:30 p.m.
Sheriff, could you check, see if that microphone's turned on for me?
Okay.
Here, let me see.
Where's it?
Pull it out. Everybody's having problems. I went to school at A&M.
Then you should be good with the engineering aspect.
I was not an engineer. You're going to have to speak up.
Yes, sir.
All right, Sheriff, you have your marching orders now. Lane, were you sheriff back in November of 2022?
Yes, sir, I was.
So to be perfect with these questions, I'm going to refer to you as sheriff. You okay with that?
Yes, sir.
So during this time before you were the sheriff of Wise County in 2016, were you also in law enforcement at some point in your career?
Yes, my career in law enforcement started in 1974.
And so from 1974 till you retired in the end of 2024.
Yes, sir.
You maintained a peace officer license in Texas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to fast forward you here a little bit. And at some point, were you promoted and made a Texas Ranger?
Yes, sir. That
When
was
that?
that was in 1987 at November 13th, 1987.
Notice you remember that day.
Yes, it was cold.
Right. And at that point, how long did you serve the state of Texas as a Texas Ranger?
It was 16 years as a Texas Ranger, 16 and a half.
And did you retire at some point from being a Ranger?
In 2003.
Now, during your career, and just so we know a little bit about your experiences, did you have any big cases that you handled being a Ranger?
Yes, sir. There were several.
Okay. And if I remember correctly, were you not at the Branch Davidian compound in Waco,
Objection, Your
Texas?
Honor, relevance.
Sustained. Hang on just a minute, we got the microphone working.
Excuse me, sir.
We good?
Yes.
And during your time as a Ranger, did you ever have a chance to have any training experience in missing persons?
Yes, sir, we did.
And so when you started being sheriff in 2016, did you go directly from being a ranger to being a sheriff? I noticed there's a little gap in the middle. What were you doing in that gap?
Well, there was a part of my career that I was an enforcement captain for the sheriff's office, but I also worked for AT&T for 10 years on and off. But during that time, I was also a reserve for the Rangers as well as for the sheriff's office.
So you got back to being a sheriff back in 2016?
Yes, sir.
All right, and let's just talk just a little small amount about missing persons. In your time as the sheriff in Wise County, did you ever have a chance to be a part of any investigations where a child had gone missing?
Yes, sir. We've done that several times, and even so when I was a highway patrolman and as a Texas Ranger.
And based on your training experience, what's the most likely scenario when a child has gone missing for a short amount of time?
That child's going to be at home, close to home, under the house, under a bed, just any number of things. It's always, most always, it was some good news that we find that child.
All right. And did that happen from time to time in Wise County as well?
Yes.
And then if the child is not found soon, in a short amount of time, what's the most likely result of that?
Well, anytime we have a situation where a child is missing, we spend a lot of time right there with the family looking. We're looking, and we've got a lot of folks who come and help, especially with now that we have the internet that can bring people together to look for these folks. So usually we spend a lot of time with the parents and the family. But as time goes on, you realize, because it starts out, you're doing the search. The search is right here. Everybody's focused on searching. But then as time goes on, we're not finding that child, especially if it's cold outside, any other difficulties there are. So the investigation starts right here, down here. And as time goes on, that investigation increases, because you know that we've got a problem, because this child is lost or is missing. And it's the worst thing that you would think might happen, but that someone has taken that child.
All right. So I'm going to take you back to November of 2022. When did you first hear the name Athena Strand?
That was probably about 7 o'clock on the night of November 30th.
All right. And as sheriff of Wise County, is that where Athena went missing in the Cottondale Paradise area, is that covered by the sheriff's office at that time?
Yes, sir.
And we have other places in the county, cities and other things that would be covered by police departments, but this was covered by the sheriff's office.
Yes, it's the rural part of Wise County.
And so at 7 p.m., you hear about Athena Strand. What does the sheriff do as an initial response at this time?
Well, I was on my way back from Austin, and my intent was to stay over in Llano because I was thinking it was the same thing, just a missing child, going to find her under the bed, in the closet, playing with a friend. So I kept contact with the Sheriff's Office dispatch. And when I found out that she hadn't been found within a 2-hour span, then I drove from Llano back to Wise County.
And during the entirety of this investigation, were you pretty much on scene during all of this investigation?
Yes, sir.
And I want to give the jury a bit of judgment.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you some maps here, states exhibits 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27. Yes, sir. You recognize those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And can you give the jury a general idea? What are we looking at here?
These are the photographs regarding the mapping and the roadways right close to 3573 in that area of Cottondale.
All right. And are you familiar with this area during your time as sheriff?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you believe these maps accurately represent the surrounding roads and cities, towns, and things in that area?
Yes, sir, that is accurate.
And is this the area in which Athena Strand went missing?
It is.
All right. Judge, we'd have to ask to the next 24 through 23, excuse me, through 27.
No objection.
States exhibits 23 through 27 are admitted.
Sheriff, I'm not going to get too deep into this. We've got a little information already. Let me show you 23.
Yes, sir.
And can you just give us an idea in from where we are right here today in the courthouse, where Cottondale Paradise is in reference to where we are in Tarrant County?
Well, it's northwest of here, probably by road. I would think it's about 35 miles from here to there.
In this area that we're talking about, Cottondale Paradise, and is that urban or rural?
That's rural.
Okay. So would I be right to assume it's post oaks and mesquites?
Yes, and cedar.
And cedar. Okay. Now, on this particular location here, as we go between the towns of Cottondale and Paradise, what's the primary road that one would use to go between Cottondale and Paradise?
2123.
Okay. And is that a farm to market or a county road?
It's a farm to market.
Okay. And let me show you. Do you see that road on this map here, Sheriff?
Yes, sir, I think I do.
Okay. that the road going east and west there, the main road?
2123?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And just to fast forward a little bit, is Athena Strand's residence off of 2123?
Yes, sir, just to the north.
Okay, and do you know what county road that's on?
3573.
All right. And let me ask you a few questions about the scene on 3573. Was that part of your job to coordinate and set up the search for Athena Strand?
Yes, sir. It was, it being sheriff. Basically, the sheriff is in charge, but we bring in folks from so many other agencies to help us in that search.
So let me ask you. Let me just start from the very beginning. Once that she is not found in a short time period, what assets do you as the sheriff bring to bear to help find her at that time?
Well, the sheriff's office respond. Of course, we called in the Texas Rangers because we find that it's important that we use all the agencies that we can. We have the game wardens that were there, and they're always great. Fort Worth PD, they sent a helicopter or two. We also had some drones that came in from Denton County. And Highway Patrol, we had many of them there, as well as the voluntary fire departments. So we're bringing all the first responders that we can find, we're bringing them to help us find this child.
All right. And now it sounds like what you're talking about, most of those are sworn personnel, is what you described.
Yes.
Was there anybody else assisting in this search besides just the sworn personnel?
I'll never forget the morning of December 1st. Citizens came from all parts of Wise County to help us find that child. And we put them to work with our deputies, with our investigators, with the game wardens. It was shoulder to shoulder. We had what we estimated was about 300 citizens. And they brought their four-wheelers. Some brought horses, some brought dogs. It was I appreciate the fact that so many people came out there to help us that day.
So we have all these people out there. We have a mixture of sworn personnel. We have a mixture of citizens out helping.
Yes, sir.
And were you on that scene frequently?
Yes.
And on that particular scene, where was kind of the gathering area for that on that scene?
At first, it was right at the gate for Athena's house where she was living. But as time went on, we moved it over to Cottondale to the firehouse there, the volunteer fire department.
Let's stay focused on 3573 here for a minute.
Okay.
Are you familiar with what the scene looked like at that time?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with where you had your own sheriff's assets placed at that time?
Yes, sir.
And then up and down the road, are you familiar with what it looked like on that December 1st that you just talked about?
Yes.
And if we were to look down this road, if we were to go back to December 1st and look down this road, what would we see as we were driving in to Athena's road?
We would be seeing those citizens in their vehicles that I was just talking about.
Okay. And will we also see any sworn personnel or those type of vehicles?
There are some, but really we were overshadowed by the number of citizens who came to help.
Do you have a number of how many citizens you believe were out there helping?
Well, we had the EMC helping us, emergency guy, Cody Powell, and he numbered 300.
These are just citizens?
Yes.
In addition to your law enforcement?
Those who actually registered, because some came on without registering. So 300.
All right. So let me just go through here, and I want to show you some pictures here so we'll get a little bit of an idea of the scene. I'm going to show you, Judge, if I may. States 13 through 21. And I think you've looked at these before, but can you give us an idea of generally what we're seeing in those pictures?
Yes, sir. These look like that's the route on 2123 turning into 3573, and looking at it, it looks like it's the morning of December 1st, 2022. And what we see are the vehicles of so many citizens who came and helped. And you see from time to time a marked unit of ours at the Sheriff's Office, as well as from other agencies. And we see the search people. There's some organized searchers, all the way to the end of that road that went to a cul-de-sac. And that's pretty much it.
All right. And do you recognize those pictures as being descriptive of what you saw on that day, December 1st, 2022?
Yes, sir, I do.
State offers State's Exhibits 13 through 21.
Do you have any objections other than those previously made known to the court?
No, Your Honor, no further objections.
All right, those objections remain overruled, and State's Exhibits 13 through 21 are admitted.
Sheriff, I'm just going to, you said there were some things about marked units.
Yes.
Is that what we see here in State 17?
Yes, that's the unit of one of our Wise County deputies.
Okay. And is that the entrance to 3573?
Yes, sir, from 2123.
Okay. Let me show you 18 and 19. Let me just stop you right there. Do you recognize this as what you were talking about earlier?
Yes, that's the entrance to the Strand home, and that's where we kind of set up our command post.
And is that what you were describing to me as the people out there helping?
Yes.
And are these the vehicles that you're talking about here as well?
Yes, sir, they are.
And I notice on States 21 here, is this the same entrance to Athena's house?
I think that is probably just a little bit beyond that, but it's close.
Okay. And I noticed what appears to be porta potties out here.
Mm-hmm.
Is this was required for the amount of people that you had?
It was, and those were donated people to help.
So this search is ongoing from November 30th. This is on the 1st.
Yes, sir.
When does the search end?
It never ended.
Well, let me ask you. At some point, were we able to locate Athena Strand's body?
We were, yes, sir.
And at that point, did the sheriff's search for her as a missing person end?
Yes, sir. At that point, that's when the search for Athena stopped.
Now, as part of the search and what's going on, did you approve and put out a missing persons bulletin through the Texas Fusion Center?
There was one, and I approved it.
Let me show you what's marked. The State's 22. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that what we just talked about, being the missing persons report?
Yes, sir.
That you approved?
Yes.
And what types of things that are usually contained in a missing persons bulletin?
Well, it's when last seen, what she was wearing and what she looks like, age, pictures if possible. And I think that, other than that, then locations.
All right. And this, would this be something that went out to law enforcement or to everybody?
That went out to law enforcement originally.
And do you recognize this as what you approved?
Yes, sir.
Statement officer, State's Exhibit 22.
Your Honor, we'd object. It is hearsay and is not covered by the exception of 803.8C. It was created by law enforcement, for law enforcement, and we would object under hearsay.
That objection's overruled. State's Exhibit 22 is admitted. 22, correct, Mr. State?
22, yes,
Okay.
Okay. And so that goes out to law enforcement. Are you aware of how it goes out? Is it electronic? Is there a bulletin? How does it go out?
It was an information bulletin that was sent out from Austin to all the agencies in Texas, and generally the states that are adjacent to Texas.
So as the sun sets, if you will, on December 1st, have we located Athena's body as the sun sets on December 1st?
We had not.
And I think you mentioned before, the search continues and all the assets are still in play at that time.
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned that you involved the Texas Rangers.
Yes, sir.
Your old employer?
Yes, sir.
And who was the lead ranger working on this case?
Job Espinoza.
Okay. When we say Job, is that like the Book of Job?
Yes, J-O-B.
And then you said there was some assets from the FBI as well, is that right?
That's correct.
And then I think you also said that you had game wardens and a host of others.
Yes.
Now, while law enforcement and your people and all these assets are actively searching, what else is the sheriff's office and law enforcement doing to locate Athena Strand?
We were still staying, it was just right there around that area. We were looking hard. We started looking at all the waterways in and around where we were right there in Cottondale. We were using still aircraft as well as the drones that helped, and they were remarkable. But as hard as we were looking, we weren't finding her.
All right. And at this point, are y'all investigating and looking into the thought that this may have been some form of abduction and not a missing child?
Well, at that point, it seems like it had come down on the searching. We're still searching, but we don't have as many people focused on that as we do have people focusing on the investigation. So it's about half and half. And as time goes on, the investigation scale goes higher.
Right, so at some point, it transitions to a criminal investigation versus a missing person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that point in time, who was working the criminal leads in the criminal investigation at that time while the rest of the assets were searched?
We had, the FBI were there, and they were helping tremendously with their digital evidence that they were able to bring forth. As well as the Texas Rangers and our investigators from the Wise County Sheriff's Office working hand in hand as we looked and trying to find what happened, where is Athena. So we got to the point that we just slowed down the investigation, not the investigation, but the search, and we just really moved up on the investigation.
And what kinds of things are you looking for when you're now transitioning this for potentially a missing person to some form of criminal investigation?
Well, an investigation, it takes a while, but we had some information that came in, and it gave us a different direction. And I'll give the credit for the Rangers who recognized that there was a package that was delivered, and that we should be aware that driver pulled in there about the same time that she went missing.
All right. And so that's what we would call a different kind of lead, if you will.
Yes.
And who was primarily working that lead of that investigation?
That would have been a couple of my investigators, as well as Job, and also the FBI people were involved in that as well.
So let's move to, like I said, the sun is set on December 1st.
Mm-hmm.
The sun rises on December 2nd. And you mentioned that we located a package that was delivered.
Yes.
And that the Ranger and FBI are working on that.
Yes.
So when the sun rises, what is the Sheriff's Office still doing now? We're on day 3 of the search.
The investigation is picking up and moving more quickly, trying to find as much information as we can. We set up a new command post at the firefight, the FD, right there in Cottondale. FBI brought in a big truck in their RV, actually, and we started looking at things, and we had a meeting on that morning, and that meeting was in the Baptist church there in Cottondale. So there were, I don't know, probably 30, 35 investigators, as well as some of the deputies who were there as we were looking at all the leads that we had. FBI, Texas Rangers, and all of our people, as well as other agencies who were coming in there helping us with that. And we had new direction, more so than we had before, and we felt as though we're going to be able to get this thing solved on that day.
All right. So let me ask you, who was able to locate Tanner Horner as the operator of the FedEx vehicle that day?
I know that Job, Ranger Espinoza, I know that he was...
Your Honor, I'll object to anything that Ranger Espinoza said.
Do not testify to anything that anybody told you, Sheriff, but you may testify as to who was there.
Yes, so it was the FBI and the Texas Rangers, as well as some of our investigations, tracked that down and found out who that driver was.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, this is hearsay.
Overruled.
So once you the driver, and that driver being Tanner Horner, to your knowledge, what goes on once they locate him as the driver?
That, I really think that I probably need to leave that to Joe, because I know it was falling in place quickly. And we were back at we had another press conference at the Sheriff's Office when all of that fell in place. And I learned of it after the press conference.
So for things that involve that lead, that FedEx driver lead, Tanner Horner, that was Joe, the FBI, and your investigators?
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk to them. All right. So at some point, when did you first learn that Athena's body had been located?
We knew that he had been taken into custody, and we knew that they were moving to try to locate Athena. And I think it was probably right around 7:30 or 8 that night that it was verified.
And let me just ask you, where was her body finally located?
In the Trinity River, Bobo Crossing. It's right off of FM 51 back to the east, probably about 400 yards off of Farm to Market Road on a county road, underneath, well, next to the bridge there.
And about how far from what you referenced in these pictures here that we admitted, is it from Athena's house where she was abducted to Bobo Crossing where she was dumped?
When you look at it just as a crow flies, it's about 6 miles, but in driving it, I think it's somewhere around 12 or 13 miles.
And she was in the Trinity River?
Yes, sir.
So at this point in time, we've now located her body in the Trinity River. Do we have some form of CSI or body recovery team going on at that time?
Yes, we did. We had CSI from the sheriff's office as well as the FBI working hand in hand.
So let's fast forward a little bit. That group gets her body recovered from the water. What is the role of the sheriff and the sheriff's office going forward once we've recovered her body?
My main focus at that time was the family. They were all at the Cottondale Baptist Church, and we had the media. They were just around everywhere, and they were shouting at me from across the parking lots, and we weren't ready to talk to because our focus was the family.
Right. And I'm assuming at some point when you say the family, were you the one who notified the family?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that was on Friday afternoon, is that right, Sheriff?
It was Friday evening, I think, more so.
Okay. And, I mean, for those of us who've not done that, what does a sheriff tell a family when something like this happens?
So we felt like we knew where she was, but we weren't sure. And so we got the family into that church, and there was a room off to the side away from the assembly hall. And so I went in with them and told them that it's not looking good, but we're not sure. So I asked them to give me about 30 minutes, and I would come back. That I could bring the truth back to them and what the findings were. So I went with the SAC from FBI. I went down to Bobo Crossing and that bridge. And we both went down to the river, and that allowed me the opportunity to tell them exactly what was true. It's something it's really hard to do, but my focus was that family. I wanted them to know before any of the media. I wanted them to know, and so that gave me the opportunity to go back and have that second meeting with the family. And it was heartbreaking. And they were just devastated. I don't know, there were probably 8 or 10 members of the family in there, and it was a Sunday school classroom. And I wish I could have done something to make it better, because we were hoping, right to the last minute, we were hoping that she was alive and well. But what the information I brought back was not what they wanted to hear.
We're going to stop right now so that we can take care of the jury, and we will start back up at 1:45. Everybody, 1:45. Thank you.
Okay, so Terry, we're taking a break for lunch, and
Right.
we've been here listening to an emotional testimony from the sheriff describing telling the family.
Wow, and he'd already said, I believe in your story, that he had to retire. This was the case that did him in, and he had to retire. And this is a former Texas Ranger. They've seen it all. And this was the case that did him in, and he retired after this case. He even knew to the second when he walked out of that door. And so he's very emotional during testimony, and it's been several years since this occurred, but it just shows you how long this stays with you. And one of the things he was very emotional about is when he talked about the community response and how over 300 volunteers showed up to search for Athena. And they came with four-wheelers and dogs, and those are just the ones who registered. He said it was probably more than that, but he was very touched by that still. You know, that's one thing about children. It touches everybody.
Right.
And so the search was on, and then the tragedy, he said, I was given the privilege to go talk to the family and tell the family the truth, what happened. So, yeah, terrible.
Well, and you know, he's kind of giving us he's giving the jury a play-by-play of how this, you know, he's in Llano, he gets the call, and you know, let's face it, initially a lot of times you think this is not going to be what it became. And then he just walks through play-by-play how this unfolds, this horrific tragedy, and you know, the finding of her body in the Trinity River, and not wanting. And let me just say that as a member of the media, we never in any way want to be the people who would inadvertently notify the family.
Right.
I believe that we would, and I because I've experienced this. I've you know, covered these sorts of cases where we've waited. We've waited to report things that we knew, because we don't want to be in the position that a family member is going to find out because they look up and watch TV.
Right.
I would never claim to you that we're perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but all of us, many of us are parents ourselves, and we want as much as possible to exercise discretion because these are really hard things. So folks, if you've been watching us or you've just joined us, I have Terry Bentley Hill, a local attorney, with me today as we've been watching day one of Tanner Horner's trial. It's been a momentous day. We started off with his guilty plea, and we've heard now from Athena Strand's first grade teacher describing her final day in school and just the effects that this had on that class. And then we heard from her stepmother, and how, you know, just sort of the ordinary, mundane day that they were having and how this unfolds. And, you know, she looks all over for Athena. She checks her sister-in-law's house, which is down the street. And then she checks the tree, and she checks all over the property, and then finally she calls the police, and how this ultimately, you know, what happened with Athena broke up her marriage. I mean, it's just, there's a lot of statistics that marriages don't survive this kind of thing, the death of a child. And then, of course, now hearing from the sheriff just clearly emotional by what, you know, what he and his police officers had to investigate.
Right, and I know that there is still a lot of confusion about what are they doing. The guy pleaded guilty.
Right.
What are they doing? Well, they're presenting their case because in the punishment phase, and this is the phase we're in right now, is in the punishment phase of this trial. And the jury, by law, the jury can consider the acts of this offense in answering the questions, and there are two questions the jury will be asked to answer. The first one is, this is a person a continuing threat to the community? Is he a future danger? And then, of course, this is where the focus is going to be, is the second question, and that's the mitigating question. That is the mitigating evidence. Was there something in Tanner Horner's past? Was childhood? Whatever the case may be, they will have done a forensic search on his health records, his psychological records, if there are any. He's got to have a mental health situation going on that they're going to have to bring experts to talk about. And in this case, the main issue is autism, and whether or not the Tanner's we don't know this because we haven't had an expert testify that he has autism. We're only hearing it from lawyers, and if you recall, what the lawyers say is not evidence.
No,
okay?
it's not.
So we don't know that. We just have read some briefs. We've heard some comments to that effect. So they're going to have to bring in experts to testify that he does have Asperger's and that he has autism and that it affected his decision making, and that's why he should not be put to death.
Okay, so we're going to take a break for lunch, and we appreciate you joining us, and we'll be back after the lunch break. Okay, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at WFA. I'm joined by Terry Bentley Hill, who's been our legal expert this day. Again, it has been quite a momentous day. Every time I think a trial can't surprise me, it does. We started off the day with Tanner Horner pleading guilty to capital murder, and we are now in the punishment phase of this trial. These jurors will be called upon to answer 2 questions. Is he in ongoing danger?
Yep.
And if they all answer yes, then they move on to the second question. And that second question is, are there any factors that would mitigate, that would spare him from the death penalty? And if they all answer no, then he will get the death penalty. And we've heard from Athena's first grade teacher, from her stepmother, and now we've got the sheriff on the stand. It's all very gut-wrenching testimony, and we saw that image, that image of Athena in that FedEx truck with Tanner Horner.
I think we're about to see some more too, by the way. They were outside the presence of the jury. They were looking at some photographs with the sheriff, and so I have a feeling that they're going to introduce those photographs coming up.
And I mean, at some point, that is coming off of video, so I assume at some point they'll play the video.
Right, from the van, exactly. And in opening statements, the prosecutor said that they have video, but then at some point that video, the camera was covered, so they lost the video, but they have the audio, and they're going to play the audio for the jury. And so I think that sometimes our imagination is almost even worse. Mm-hmm. And as we hear what happened to Athena in that truck or whatever, I think we can imagine a lot of terrible things.
Yeah,
he's admitted to it. He's pleaded to it. So it's not an allegation. He's actually said, "Yeah, I did it." He told the cops that during the investigation, and now he's told the court that, and he's told a jury that he did it.
Well, and the prosecutor said in his opening statement that, it was lie upon lie upon lie. Yep. The story that Tanner Horner told was that he had accidentally hit Athena Strand, and then he panicked and grabbed her and strangled her and dumped her body. But what they're saying is, no, it's something far worse than that.
It sounds very sinister, if you ask me. Just waiting to hear what we don't know. We're about to find out what we don't know.
Absolutely. Can we bring that video up? There we go. So we're starting to see activity in the courtroom. There's the sheriff's deputies. That room that we're looking at is the room where basically the lockdown room where they hold prisoners. Well, that's not a prisoner, but that room back there, they would be keeping Tanner Horner back there, and his attorneys, whenever they want to talk to him, would go back there.
Right.
And we're starting to hear a little bit of sound in that courtroom, but we're not yet back on the record, so let's kind of wait until we're back on the record. One of the things we do try to be really careful of in the live streaming is that it is a privilege, not a right, to have cameras in courtrooms, and of course we can see Athena Strand's mom.
Right, with the pink, you see the pink highlights in her hair.
Right, defense attorneys had objected to that because they, felt like that, with pink being Athena's favorite color, that might be prejudicial. But I don't know if they objected. They didn't object. They brought it up as an issue, but they didn't actually object, I don't think.
Right, I think they put it on the record that most of the gallery was in pink, which is reflective of her favorite color.
Well, and And you can see why people would want to wear pink given the nature of this case. For you, when we listened to the testimony this morning, what are the several things that really stood out for you?
What stood out was that, number one, because there's been a gag order with these attorneys, with the court personnel, we only know what occurred in the very first days of this horrible crime. So I think that, number one, there's going to be I think a big bombshell. Will you?
You think there will be?
I think a bombshell in the sense of what we thought happened isn't exactly what happened. That's what I mean by maybe a bombshell. But also, I think that what really struck me is just how emotional the teacher was. Mm-hmm. Of course, the stepmother. And by the way, this whole thing has destroyed her marriage with Athena's father. And then the sheriff himself, who is a grizzled, I say grizzled.
No, former Texas Ranger.
Exactly. For years, he was a Texas Ranger, and he's just been a peace officer for a long, long time. And he's been very emotional during his testimony. I'm really struck by that. But we're also talking about a precious little 7-year-old girl who, was going to get Barbies for Christmas. So it's of course it's as a parent, any parent would think this is the worst nightmare, and of course they're emotional about it.
Oh.
And anybody would be. And I don't envy any of the people who can see what's about to happen here, I think. And I don't know, I say that, we don't know how long this is going to go on because they're putting on their case, basically.
Well, there's Tanner Horner coming into the courtroom.
There he is. So we don't know how long, we don't know if my projected bombshell will be today. And again, let me just say what I mean by that is that I just think we're going to have some information that we haven't had and that we didn't know.
I just think even the audio of Athena Strand is a bombshell. Even though we know intellectually that it exists, knowing that it exists and hearing it is something far different.
Right, and the prosecutor said she was a fighter, and they keep describing her as a child with a strong will who she got in trouble for talking too much in class. Maybe a couple of days before.
I think it was the day of.
The day of. She got So she was a firecracker, I think.
Okay, so we have. All right, we're about to start back up.
Okay, all right, let's go. All right, everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. We are ready to proceed. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pass the witness.
Oh, pass the witness. Ms. Anderson.
No questions?
May Sheriff Aiken be excused.
Yes, sir.
Any objection from the state?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sheriff. Who do you have next?
Patrick B.
State calls Patrick McGuire.
Patrick McGuire. solemnly swear or affirm testimony given in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Judge.
Have a seat right here. Rule of evidence is in effect, says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying, and once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Special Agent McGuire, would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court?
Yes, sir. My name is Patrick McGuire. I'm a special agent with the FBI in Fort Worth. My first name is Patrick. Last name McGuire, Mcguire.
Thank you. And I will tell you that the court reporter is taking down everything that you say, so we're both going to try to talk a little slower and not interrupt each other, all right?
Yes.
Awesome, thanks. You work for the FBI, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you kind of tell us, one, how long have you been working for the FBI?
I've been a special agent for a little over 5 years now.
And so if that was 5 years now, 3.5 years ago, you've been about a year and a half on, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what did you have to do? I mean, what kind of education? How did you end up being an FBI agent?
Yes, sir. I have my bachelor's degree, and then I was a police officer in the state of Virginia for about 8.5 years before applying for the Bureau.
And do they assign you to a specific location? You get to pick where you want to go, or what?
You list in, when you're at Quantico, what field office you want to go to, and they assigned me to be in the Dallas field office and then the Fort Worth satellite office.
So there are actually FBI offices both in Dallas and Fort Worth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is the Fort Worth sort of an auxiliary to the Dallas office, is the main office?
Yes, sir. Our main hub is Dallas.
And particularly with regard to missing persons cases, where is the FBI got some special kind of resources available that maybe local agencies might not?
Yes, sir. It's common for local agencies to request the FBI's help during any kidnapping or missing child investigation.
And did you become aware of a missing child investigation that was going on in Wise County back beginning on November 30th and through December 1st, December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, sir.
And can you kind of just describe for the jury how it was that you became aware of it and what you did as a result?
Yes, sir. I was called by another agent who was on scene there was a FedEx package that was delivered to the victim address during the timeline of question, and that other agent basically asked me to follow down that box and figure out who delivered it.
Okay. So you're running down a lead, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you working by yourself or with another agent? How does that work?
Yes, sir. I was working with another agent.
And what was that person's name?
Special Agent Lindsay Hogan.
Okay. And what did you do first in order to try to investigate that lead?
We went to multiple FedEx locations, with the last one finally being the FedEx location in Alliance, to identify where the package originated and left from that FedEx location.
And were you able to determine that that package did in fact originate at that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you're talking about Alliance, are you talking about Alliance Airport?
Yes, sir. The location is right next to the Alliance Airport.
And what is at that location?
It's a very large facility where they intake and then a lot of trucks leave to go, I'd assume, through most of Fort Worth and the outstanding areas.
And they have FedEx planes that land there, unload, and then they're distributed from that location to the various areas around Dallas-Fort Worth. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as a result of going to that location, did you talk to anybody in particular?
Yes, we talked to one of the managers, Max Drescher.
And was he able to give you some information that you then were able to act upon?
Yes, sir. He identified that it was in fact a FedEx package that was delivered, and basically identified the route.
Go ahead.
He identified the route that had that package on its delivery.
And Did he get in contact with any other individuals while you were there in his presence?
Yes, while we're in his office, he contacted Richard Davis, who's the owner of Big Topspin, which is the contract company for FedEx.
And I think a lot of times as we see a FedEx vehicle driving down the road that we think it's all owned by the big FedEx company. Is that true?
No, I believe most of the delivery trucks are owned by contract companies.
And then FedEx puts their logo on that contract company, but it still has no...
Can we lay a foundation for this? It's required to work for FedEx.
Let me hear the question first. Yeah, ask the question.
What is Big Topspin?
It's a company that's contracted by FedEx to deliver packages.
And do they own a number of vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. And do those vehicles say Big Topspin on them, or do they say something else?
They say FedEx.
Okay. And so why specifically was Max Drescher contacting Big Topspin?
Because that was the contract company who owned the truck that delivered on the route that day.
And as a result of contacting Richard Davis, did you receive a name that you were able to then try to track down that person?
Yes, the driver was identified as Mr. Tanner Horner.
Okay. And did you later actually meet that person face to face?
Yes, sir.
And when did this take place? What date was it?
This occurred on December 1st.
Okay, so if the disappearance happened on November 30th, this would be the next day. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And about what time of day was it that you made your way finally to the Alliance location for FedEx?
Probably later in the morning.
Okay. And while you were there, did Mr. Davis get in contact with that driver to get you some more information about the particular vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Drescher make contact with that driver while you were there and where you could hear both?
Your Honor, all this is hearsay.
Let me finish asking the question.
While you were there and you could hear both ends of the conversation.
Objection is overruled. You may answer the question.
Yes, sir. While we were in Mr. Drescher's office, he contacted via phone Mr. Horner on speakerphone with myself and Agent Hogan sitting in the room to be able to hear it.
And was Mr. Horner asked by Mr. Drescher about the specific delivery to the address where the disappearance had occurred?
Yes, sir.
And what was his response at that time to that inquiry?
He advised he did not recall that address or that delivery specifically.
And so then as a result of that, what were your next steps?
We then went out to Wise County in Paradise to locate Mr. Horner in person and interview him.
And did you go directly there, or did you go to the command post where the search for the missing person was taking place?
I believe we went directly there.
Okay. And so how was it that you knew where to go?
We obtained the FedEx delivery sheet to know each delivery and each address.
And were you able to gain some information through either Mr. Drescher or Mr. Davis as to sort of where he was on his delivery route at the time that you were going out there to talk to him?
Yes, sir. We were told where he currently was and then where he would be in about 45 minutes for the drive time.
And so what did you do with that information?
We went to where we believed that he would be, and we located him at a delivery location.
Okay. And when you went to that location, did you have to wait for him? Was he already there?
I believe he was already there.
Okay. And so once you saw that the FedEx vehicle was there, did you approach the person?
Yes.
And do you see the person that you approached at that time here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Could you identify him by where he is sitting in the courtroom and maybe describe what he is wearing?
Yes, sir. It's a gentleman at the end of this table wearing a light bluish gray shirt and gray slacks.
Your Honor, I'd ask the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect.
Was he wearing a shirt and tie at that time?
No, sir.
What was he wearing?
A FedEx uniform, like a black and purple FedEx logo shirt.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Prior to court today, did you have the opportunity to look at a couple of exhibits?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you, first of all, State's Exhibit number 30. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And is that a CD?
Yes.
And did I play you a copy of that at that time that we looked at it earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately, well, actually a DVD, I apologize. Does that have a small, short clip on that DVD showing your initial interaction with Tanner Horner from inside of the FedEx vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I know it's hard to hear. We're not going to play it at this time because we're having some issues with the sound system. But if the jury wants to play that later, they can look at it at that time. Okay?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 29, is that a screenshot from that same video?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize the two people that are depicted in that screenshot?
Yes, sir. The person closest to the camera with his back facing the camera is Mr. Horner, and the person in the flannel button-up is myself.
And you were able to watch State's Exhibit number 30, which this comes from, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did it show his face where you can clearly recognize him?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This time I'll offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 29 and 30.
Judge, I have no objection to 29, 430 is played. We would want to hear that.
Okay.
Whatever technical
All right.
issue there is.
States 29 and States 30 are admitted, but we will let you review it before it's on 30, before it's exhibited to the jury.
May I publish 29?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And is this the screenshot that's been admitted to State's Exhibit number 29?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk about, you can turn that off, or turn it back on, Mr. King. Let's talk about that conversation. Can you kind of describe for me, didn't take place like within, I guess, earshot of the camera, correct?
Correct.
Where did you go to talk to him?
Just a little farther back, towards the rear of the truck.
Okay. And even as you approached him, can you kind of describe how that took place when you first approached him?
When we approached him, he was getting out of the vehicle, and we scared him, causing him to drop the package.
Okay. And then after you were, did he even know who you were at that point?
Not initially when we walked up, no.
And did you allow him to finish his deliveries that he was making before you talked to him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And all that's on that little video clip that we weren't able to play, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so once you do that, you go out of back towards the back of the truck, you said, is that right?
Towards the back of the truck, yes.
Okay, so if you wouldn't mind kind of telling me what you were asking him and what his responses were to your inquiries.
Yes, sir. We initially asked him, again, about the delivery that was asked by Mr. Drescher on the phone. And he stated that after the address that he's delivering at while we're talking to him is a fairly short distance from the crime scene. And at that time, when we were speaking to him in person, he stated that after he had driven by the crime scene and saw law enforcement, that he remembered that delivery.
Okay, so when you first talked to him, you didn't talk to him, but Max Drescher talked to him while you were at the office.
Yes, sir.
His initial story was he did not remember, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then he said he drove back through the crime scene, or he drove back down the same road?
At the very least, close to it to see the large law enforcement response.
And then that made him remember the incident, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did he give you some indication of what he remembered about the incident that took place at this point still less than 24 hours earlier, correct?
Yes, sir. He advised us that he recalled the house looking run down and that he was basically initially start thinking that he didn't want to live there until he saw what he thought may have been the homeowner leaving in a vehicle and turning left out of the driveway.
And did he describe that vehicle for you?
Yes, he described the vehicle as a older green Chevy Astro van, and specifically with sunspots on the hood and on the roof, and a piece of the panel, like the lower panel, missing on the driver door close to the front wheel.
Now, did you relay that? There's a command post, correct, for this missing child search, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that child's name's Athena Strand, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she was a 7-year-old girl.
Yes, sir.
And so there's some urgency with regard to trying to find this little girl, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you relay this information back to the command post?
Yes, sir. After this interview, we immediately went to the command post and relayed that information of that vehicle to the command post for further investigation.
Because if that was true, that's somebody you would want to talk to, correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell me, was there something else that caught your attention, though, as you're talking to Mr. Horner about this, what he remembers? Kind of describe the rest of that conversation and what it was that sort of sparked your interest, attention at that point.
Yes, sir. During the majority of the interview, Mr. Horner was very articulate. He answered every question properly. Good back and forth conversation. And then towards the end of the conversation, he got very emotional and almost to the point of crying, and stated to us that he couldn't believe something like this would happen and that he had his own child.
So he's acting like a concerned citizen, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, so much so that he's like showing some emotion to you, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you relay that information back as well?
I don't recall if we specifically told that, but we definitely kept note of it.
Okay. And so, based upon the information that you got from him at that time, was there an extensive search done for some mysterious green van that might have been leading to a potential lead on this missing child?
Yes, sir. There was multiple law enforcement hours spent looking into the van on law enforcement databases and doing physical surveillance on the ground, trying to locate this van.
And were resources that were dedicated to finding this missing girl, Athena Strand, that were being used running down other legitimate leads, were they diverted to go look for this green van?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to that search for the green van, was any green van ever located that would have been in the area at that time?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Now, after you had this initial meeting, kind of describe what happened next with you.
We went back to the command post. We relayed this information to the command post, and then were later tasked to interview further family members.
Okay. And based upon what you already knew, just from, how did you feel about being pulled away from the lead that you were running on at this point to go interview family members?
We were a little concerned by it. We we were still interested in Mr. Horner. We still had some unfinished questions that we were concerned about.
And do you know a person by the name of Joe Espinoza?
Yes, sir.
And who is he?
He's a Texas Ranger assigned to this case.
And did you relay to him the information about this first meeting?
I don't believe directly. We told it to the command post.
Okay, the command post, but the information's running through him at the command post?
Correct.
Okay. So with regard to that, further investigating Mr. Horner, were you able to get back to that at some point later in the day?
That next morning, we began further investigating it.
Wasn't there a second meeting that took place on December 1st?
Yes, sir. Before we spoke to family.
Okay, understood. Okay,
Yes.
so we're not there yet. So you
Correct.
didn't speak to family in between the two meetings, is that right?
Correct.
All right, so let's just go from the point of the end of the first meeting, what we're looking at here, and kind of describe what steps you next took leading up to a second meeting.
We further asked Max Drescher from FedEx for more information about his deliveries on the date question, and we were given basically multiple deliveries during the time frame that we were concerned about, that we wanted to ask Mr. Horner about more.
And were you able to actually get FedEx to, I believe there was some type of a grand jury?
Your Honor, lady.
Let me hear the question. I'll start again.
Okay.
With regard to what you did with regard to FedEx, since you were already in contact with them, did you then later issue a subpoena for the information that was used to ultimately run down this lead?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that was on a later date, though. But with regard to this day, were there further steps taken by FedEx and Big Top Spin to try to potentially gain more illumination as to what was going on in that van?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe that, please?
We got further delivery information on his route during the evening of the 30th.
Okay. And based upon that information, did you have some concerns that you wanted to clear up with Mr. Horner?
Yes, sir. There was about a 45-minute time period that should have been a drive time of approximately 11 to 12 minutes. So it gave us basically a half an hour of question that we wanted to ask Mr. Horner further about.
And did you try to set up another meeting?
Yes, sir. We called Mr. Horner on the phone.
Okay. And may I approach?
Yes, sir.
And actually, at some point during that conversation, did you get cut off in that conversation?
Yes, sir. At some point, the call dropped.
And so we've already admitted 30, but there's also, I think it's 30 and 31 are that second conversation, and then 28 would have been the first conversation. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I apologize. I misspoke on the numbers earlier. So it was 28 rather than 30 as far as the first call.
Yes, sir.
So with regard to states 30 and 31, states 30 the beginning of that phone call before it got cut off, and states 31 when Mr. Horner called you back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've listened to those prior to court today, correct?
Yes, sir.
And does that fairly and accurately represent both ends of that conversation?
Yes,
as far
sir.
as the audio goes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with that understanding of the mistake that I made a moment ago, I will re-offer 30 as a part of the second video, as well as 31, and then 28 as the first call, first video. 30. These are the two.
You understand it before, as long as they play correctly, we can tell the judge.
All right, so states 28 will be admitted and states 31 will be admitted, subject to review by the defense.
Yes, sir. following those, we'll talk about the content of those calls in a moment. But following those, did you have another meeting with Mr. Horner?
Yes, sir. We met him in another package delivery driveway.
Okay. So let's talk about that phone call. You were calling him, you said, about some type of time discrepancy. Was that something that was actually occurred, or some information that you've been given that you were trying to follow up on that you later learned to be not exactly what you were being told?
Yes, sir. Between the time of the phone call and then meeting him in person, we learned that the times given to us by FedEx were incorrect.
But nonetheless, you'd already set up a meeting. You had some interest in him getting some further information, so you went in and had the meeting. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's talk about on the phone calls. Did he talk to you about possible reasons why there might be some delays in his between package deliveries on that particular day?
One of the reasons he advised us was that he had thrown up at a Love's truck stop.
Okay. And did he elaborate on that as far as where he got sick, how long it took him, anything like that?
He stated he didn't feel well on the route, that he then began driving back towards the Alliance area, pulled over on the side of a random road, threw up, and then continued to a Love's, threw up again before continuing back to the FedEx location.
And with regard to this location where the Athena Strand went missing the night before, did he give you any information about whether or not that was the last package that he delivered that day or something else?
Yes, sir. That was the last package that he had delivered that day.
And he admitted that to you at that time, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did that pique your interest even further?
Yes, sir. On the information we obtained from FedEx, that was the last package he had delivered that was not marked as delivered in the FedEx system. And then after that, he had another approximately 4 or 5 packages that he was supposed to deliver after the one to the Strand household and did not deliver them.
So, but he's telling you that's because he got sick, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, you go and you meet with him during those conversations, did you set up a place where you could meet again?
Yes, sir. He advised us where he was on the package delivery route and an address to meet him at.
And prior to court, did you see a screenshot of you as you're approaching him during that delivery?
Yes, sir.
May I approach your honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit number 32. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And is that the screenshot that shows both you and Mr. Horner at the time of the second meeting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll offer into evidence State's Exhibit 32.
Okay.
State's 32 is in me.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And this person walking up here, who's that?
That's me.
And who's the person with their arm up?
Mr. Horner.
Okay. And are you familiar with something called UTC time?
Yes, sir.
And what is UTC time?
That's just the standard time a lot of video devices and basic electronics will use as a standard time.
Okay. And is it sort of like, I always heard Greenwich Mean Time. Is it something like that?
Yes, sir.
And so when you measure other time zones, do you measure them by UTC plus a certain number of hours or UTC minus a certain number of hours?
Yes, sir, based where you are in the world.
Okay. And Paradise, Texas, or Cottondale, Texas, you can turn that back on, Deputy King, thank you. Paradise, Texas, at that time of the year, what was the calculation? Is it 6 hours difference?
Yes, sir. At that time of year, it would be UTC or GMT -6 to make Central Time.
Okay. So then, looking at the time frames that you were there, this number here, 21:45:01, if you subtracted 6 from 21, that makes 15, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would mean that would be 3:15 is on military time. What time of day is that?
That would be 3:45 p.m.
Okay. And is that time consistent with the time that you remember meeting with Mr. Horner the second time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, with regard to this meeting, tell me just in your own words, describe what took place here.
We initially spoke about the time discrepancy again, and basically told him that what we spoke about on the phone, we learned now to not be true. And then we further asked him about the green van that he had initially told us during the first interview.
And did you do something more than just ask him about it with regard to the green van?
Yes, sir. I Googled and found a picture of a older green Chevy Astro van.
And what did you do with that?
I showed Mr. Horner my phone and asked him if the vehicle on the screen matched what he saw in the driveway the day before.
And what was his response?
He stated that vehicle is very similar to the one from the driveway.
Okay. And can I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 33 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. That's a screenshot of the picture in the Google search that I showed Mr. Horner.
And this is the one that he said, yes, it looks like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll offer State's Exhibit number 33 as evidence at this time.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 33 is admitted.
And again, based upon that information, was there, I don't know if you call it an APB with regard to, what do you call it when you're looking for a particular type of vehicle?
We usually call it a BOL or be on the lookout.
Okay. And was that done with regard to this type of a van that might have been spotted within the area?
Yes, sir. That information was passed to the command post, and further investigative hours were spent looking for that van.
Okay. So, at the end of this meeting with Mr. Horner, kind of tell us how it went down as far as you're meeting with him, you get this information, and then what happens?
After we finished the contact with them, we walked back to our vehicle and then went back to the command post.
Okay. As you're sitting in your vehicle getting ready to go back to the command post, did you watch Mr. Horner exit the location where he was currently at?
Yes, sir. Mr. Horner, in the FedEx van, backed out of the driveway, across the road, and then struck a tree on the other side of the road.
And what did he do as a result of that?
Mr. Horner exited the driver's seat, looked at the rear of the truck, and then got back into the vehicle and left.
Okay. Did you find that odd, given what you just talked about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he seem to be paying close attention to what he was doing at that point?
No, sir.
Now, with regard to other things that you did with regard in this investigation to try to find Athena Strand, can you kind of just give us a brief synopsis of those things?
So after we did the second interview, we went back to the command post, and then that was when we were tasked with interviewing further family members.
Okay. Now, based upon your conversations with Mr. Drescher and Mr. Davis, were they trying to obtain some more potential evidence as to what might have happened?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you ask them to obtain some more evidence?
Yes, sir. Later on the 1st and early into the 2nd of December, we obtained further information from FedEx.
Overruled. Go ahead. You may answer.
We obtained from FedEx further information of Mr. Horner's delivery route on the 30th and on the 1st.
Was there some indication that there might be video in this van?
Yes, sir. We were also advised that all the vans were equipped with a dash cam.
And did you ask them to try to obtain that video information from the vehicle that Tanner Horner had been driving on November 30th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Now, was that able to be done on the 1st?
No, sir.
But on the 2nd, did you receive video from that van?
Yes, sir. During the afternoon of the 2nd, we obtained video from Velociter, which is the company that runs the dash cams.
Now, were they able to give you a full video of the entire event?
At the time, during the afternoon of the 2nd, no, sir. The first video we obtained was basically a phone recording of a screen of the dash cam.
Did you see something on that piqued your interest?
Yes, sir. It was a phone screen recording of a video of Mr. Horner placing a small girl into the back of his FedEx van.
And was the time on that video consistent with the time that Athena Strand went missing?
Yes, sir, as far as I recall.
Now, at approximately the same time, based upon other information that you had already obtained with regard to the routes and those sort of things, was there action being taken to try to detain Mr. Horner?
Yes, sir. At the same time that we obtained that video, myself and Agent Hogan were doing surveillance on Mr. Horner during his route on the 2nd.
So, for a little while on the 1st, you were diverted to speak to family members. Why was it that they were focused on speaking to family members when you're in the middle of investigating this?
A lot of time during law enforcement investigations into a missing child abduction, your family is likely suspects. So one of our initial jobs is to follow any lead, but usually talk to the family and identify further leads from them.
And so, because you all do, I guess, the big thing that you see on TV with the FBI is profiling, right?
Yes, sir.
Explain what that means.
Basically getting it's a behavioral analysis unit. I'm not a member of it, but they basically will intake all the facts the field will get to basically create a profile of who they would generally believe to be the suspect.
And is there a lot of things that go into those kind of profiles?
Yes, sir.
Statistics and other things?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to that, is it often true that a person that is responsible for abducting a young child is often either a family member or somebody that knows that child?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The stranger abductions are less common or more rare, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so with regard to this case, you were able to kind of help lead in the right direction with regard to Mr. Horner. What changed on the morning of the 1st as far as now you're back on surveilling Mr. Horner?
The morning of the 2nd was when we...
The 2nd, I apologize.
Yes, sir. We obtained the official records of the deliveries, and basically there were some anomalies of the last package delivered was the one before the victim address of the Strand household. Then we know the Strand package was delivered because it was on their doorstep, but not marked delivered. And then there was 4 or 5 more packages that should have been delivered that night that were not delivered.
In fact, just coincidentally, did you later learn that the first delivery that first time you met him, he was at delivering a package he should have delivered the night before?
Yes, sir. Looking at the tracking numbers for all the deliveries he did not make on the 30th, the one of the packages he was delivering when we walked up to him the first time on the 1st was supposed to be delivered on the 30th by him. It was not. It was put back on the truck and then delivered by Mr. Horner on the 1st.
But he was delivering did he seem to be doing his normal route and doing his deliveries just like any other day at that point?
Yes, sir.
Did he ever admit to you at any time that he had anything to do with the disappearance of Athena Strand?
No, sir.
had he done so, obviously you would have taken different steps, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Instead, based upon that information, other resources were diverted other places, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on the second, when you're surveilling him, were you in a position where you were able to see when he was actually taken into custody?
We arrived shortly after he was taken into custody.
All right. And who was it that took him into custody?
It was marked units from the game wardens, from the sheriff's office, from multiple different agencies.
Okay. And after that point, other than obtaining the grand jury subpoena for all the FedEx records, were you involved in this investigation any further?
No, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor. We have no issue.
I'm sorry?
We have no issue with him being excused. We have no questions.
All right. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Counsel, y'all approach. You know what? Y'all talk to your jury. I need to talk to the lawyer.
back tomorrow, or?
I don't know. They only need me today, so I'm not sure. What about you? Are you on this the whole time?
I'm shooting full for us the 3 days we're doing it, and then I'm covering it this week, so tomorrow I'll do a 12 to 8. Wild start.
Were you here whenever they did the whole
Okay, Terry. Can you guys? Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Okay, so we've been. Okay.
Yeah.
It's
surprise. One surprise after another.
Well, it's kind of, and you know, you've done this long enough. Court does what court does.
Right.
It doesn't operate on our timetable, and I don't know why we've recessed for the day. We were waiting to see if maybe they were going to have some hearings or something, which is sometimes what the deal is whenever court recesses like this, but we've not gotten any indication that that's the case. And it can be sometimes just as simple as somebody has a doctor's appointment, or, I mean, there can be a myriad of reasons why this is the case, but we have had, so we're going to wrap up here. Let's go ahead and start this out. So
okay.
I'm going to start off by saying I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at WFA. I have Terry Bentley Hill, who's been our legal expert for the day. And Terry, we have had a momentous day. We started off with Tanner Horner pleading guilty to the killing of 7-year-old Athena Strand. And because the death penalty is on the table, we went straight into the punishment phase. And we have seen, we saw opening statements from the prosecutor, him, comparing Tanner Horner to Satan, using a scripture from 2 Corinthians, and also talking about how that it was lie upon lie upon lie, and then kind of delineating what some of those lies were going to be. And then we heard from her, and then of course the defense attorney, talking about how he has autism and he was exposed to lead and all this kind of stuff, and sort of giving that sense of that's going to be their defense, that the mental impairment's playing a role here.
Right. Which goes to the two special issues. It goes to the mitigation, which is a second special issue. So yes, she's, they are, setting that aspect up with the fact that he was diagnosed when he was a kid with Asperger's, and that his mother drank when she was pregnant with them, and
supposedly exposed to lead.
Exactly. So they're setting that up. But what I thought was interesting was the prosecutor said the only truth he told in this whole thing was that he did murder her. But everything else is a lie and premeditated.
And they're peeling back the onion, especially with this last witness, the FBI agent, Patrick McGuire, peeling back the onion of what those lies were.
Right, starting to hear about the lies.
Yeah.
Yep, starting to hear about a green Astrovan that, according to the defendant, he saw leave the scene right as he drove up. In fact, he said he didn't know if he wanted to deliver to this location because it looked run down. So he didn't want to deliver there, but then he saw this Astrovan leave the property, so he thought it was okay to go ahead and leave the package. The problem is, he did not log that delivery in. And so again, that's a red flag for law enforcement.
Well, and it's a clear indication that what they're trying to say with that testimony is he's trying to throw law enforcement off the scent, get them to go focus on someone else, not me. And like you said, he didn't log the delivery of that package. He didn't log there was 4 or 5 other packages that didn't get delivered. And then they were talking about his demeanor in that first interview, and how he, maybe it was the second interview. No, it was the first one, where they described him as being emotional and talking about how, his own kids, they can't believe anybody would do this kind of thing. And so, again, going to this idea, clearly trying to lay out that he is fully in control of his faculties.
Exactly.
And that he is trying to keep the suspicion off of him, and then describing the second meeting with him, and how that goes down, and then that he backed up and struck a tree, which seems to indicate perhaps he was nervous.
Well, and that's what the FBI agent said. And also, it makes you wonder, you know, he claimed that he had backed into Athena. Well, what we've heard is not backing into Athena. He backed into a tree.
Right.
So I don't know if that was an idea that was planted in his head. You know, this is all speculation on my part. Objection, Your Honor, speculation. But it makes you wonder if that's where he came up with that storyline.
I guess at that point you're just trying to come up with anything. But you know, one of the things that somebody said to me before I think it was Mike Howard said before the trial started was I think this is one of those cases that, but for the video, I mean, how critical is this video inside this delivery truck, right?
Right.
Imagine we don't have video.
And in the old days we didn't. And so really with the invention of the audio and the cameras and the video and CCTV everywhere, you know, it really has made things a lot clearer. And when you're dealing with a capital murder trial, you want to be absolutely 100% sure that the person who's on trial is the person who should be convicted, because we have instances where people have been convicted on circumstantial evidence and probably have been executed in capital murder cases. So we definitely want to be very, very certain. And we have video, of course. We've been told that the camera in the van was covered up.
Right.
So
but you can hear audio.
But we hear the audio. We're going to hear the audio. Somebody's going to hear the audio. I don't know if we are,
yeah,
but somebody's going to hear the audio.
I'm not clear on how that's going to go yet. And then, of course, you know, the first witness we heard today was the teacher, Athena Strand's teacher, Lindsay. I believe her name was Lindsay Thompson, describing, you know, just Athena's final day and just how, you know, she sounded like she talked too much and got written in her folder, and just how this had changed her forever, changed the students that were in that class forever, probably changed every kid that was in that school forever. Right. And then hearing from Athena Strand's, you know, stepmom.
Right. And as we've mentioned, what's so heartbreaking is that she and her husband divorced after this incident. And as we know, I mean, I've had statistics, I know of statistics that when you lose a child, 80% of marriages break up because of the loss of the child. And in this case, they did divorce. And so it has a lasting impact on everyone who's involved in this case.
Yeah. And so, again, we don't know why we recessed early. Again, there could be a lot of reasons why. If you're the prosecutors, where are we going next? Because it seems like we're going to see pretty much their entire case that they would have presented had we had a guilt-innocent phase.
Yeah, you know, there's a real possibility that one of the state's witnesses is not there, and they need to give the witness time to get to the courthouse. I don't know that, but I know they may be moving faster. Right. Because of things shifting a little bit since he did plead guilty this morning, and so things may be moving a little bit faster. They may not have their witness in the
that
courthouse.
That makes sense, actually.
And so because we're not having a hearing, and usually if there is a matter that they want to take up before the next day's testimony, they'll take it up after, you know, at this time, and they're not doing that. So I'm wondering if it's a witness that's unavailable at this moment.
Because a lot of times if he had not pled guilty, there would be witnesses that they would put on the stand to lay the groundwork. Let's say witnesses that might have laid the groundwork before we got to the sheriff.
Right.
And oftentimes in trials, those are the boring witnesses, right? Those are the witnesses that you have for appellate reasons. But he's pled, so you don't necessarily have to have those witnesses. So I feel like maybe, like you're right, maybe that may be part of what's going on.
Yeah, we spent 15 minutes with the sheriff. The defense was asking, did you take these photos? Did you prepare these photos? Who's in these photos? I mean, he couldn't answer those questions. Well, normally that wouldn't fly. They would have to bring in the person who had some kind of personal knowledge about how those photographs were taken, who took them. So yes, the prosecutor said they're going to be able to condense the case a little bit because the fact that the defendant's already pleaded. So maybe that is one area where they were able to eliminate that testimony.
Short circuits and
exactly.
stuff. What's the one or two moments this morning that really stick in your mind?
Oh my goodness. Well, I think what's important is what we heard this afternoon is that the lies have started. He's being caught in a lie. He is trying to deflect the interest off of him. He answered the FBI agent's questions he was very articulate.
Right.
He was able to answer back and forth. He wasn't, in other words, they are setting up his mental state.
Right.
And that he totally understood what was going on. Right. And now his actions are showing that he knew exactly what he had done.
Culpability.
Exactly.
I think for me, the thing that will be burned into my mind is Athena in that van.
Yeah. Yep.
You cannot, because that is a truly, because that's some of her last moments on this earth.
Yes, and she doesn't look injured. And that was the reason why, allegedly, yes, he brought her into the van, because she was injured. And she didn't look injured. And I tell you, I agree with you. When you see that photograph, it almost takes your breath away, because you know what's going to happen. You know what's about to happen to that poor child. And so it's just, she's trusting, I guess. He lures her, according to the prosecutor. He convinces her to get into the van. So I don't know how that happens, but we may find out. But it does take your breath away for sure. And again, just the ripple effect of how this case has impacted not only the family but the community. When the sheriff, who was very emotional, he had to collect himself several times, but when he said that 300 volunteers showed up immediately to search for this child with their dogs, with their four-wheelers, it was a good community. And like you said earlier, they were out in the country. It's not like the city where, they're predators, whatever the case may be. You think you can let your kids play out in their front yard, you think that. So it's just horrible. Yeah. It's just horrible.
It is awful. And, I want to walk folks through a little bit of how this, because Tanner Horner pled guilty, we went straight to punishment.
Yeah.
If the death penalty was not on the table, then it would be, life in prison without parole. But because the death penalty is on the table, there are two questions that the jury has to answer. The first is he an ongoing danger?
Yes.
And if they all say yes, and they have to all say yes, all of them. And then if they all say yes to that question, then they go on to the next question, which goes to, is there something about his past, his background, his mental state, or anything that would cause the jury to spare him the death penalty? And they again have to all say no to a person. And if they do, then he's sentenced to death. But that is why we've talked about this. I really think because of the high stakes, this could go a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I wasn't so sure, but I think I'm convinced that you're right. It's going to go for a while. One of the things that the defense attorney is saying also is that people with the mental condition that Mr. Tanner has, and they're saying it's Asperger's, autism, and of course we know there's a spectrum, but that they do very well in structured, organized, confined situations. In other words, he will not be a threat to the community in the prison. right, that he's in. So he doesn't need to be eliminated because the defense is going to say he's not really a threat. In fact, he said that he's more at risk of being harmed in prison than him harming others in prison. So it is. They're going to bring in a bunch of. That's a legal word, bunch. They're going to be bringing in a lot of experts.
Right.
And when I say they, the defense, and there could be even state experts as well, to come in and refute the whole idea that someone with autism has the intellectual disability that the Supreme Court talks about. If you have a certain intellectual disability, you absolutely cannot execute that person.
But they've never included autism in that.
Not to my knowledge.
No,
because
as I was working on this story, as I was working on doing the story about it, I had to spend a little bit. We had to all spend a little bit of time, and so. And then it also gets to just that autism is a spectrum, and it'll be very interesting. I'm really interested to see where the prosecution goes, how deep they go in. But I'm still of a mind that they're going to present the vast majority of their case, but for the witnesses that you don't really have to have, which are these kind of predicate witnesses.
Right.
But I think everything else they're going to do. Because I think they want, and I don't know if you agree with this, but for the family.
A lot of it.
Families waited almost 4 years.
No, I think there's some truth to that. I believe that we even heard that in opening statements, is that the family deserves to have some resolution and some justice. So yes, of course, I think that has something to do with it. But the fact is that the Supreme Court has said you can use the facts of this case when you're determining those special issue questions. So that's why they're proving up this case, is because does it go to his moral culpability? Does it do the lies? In other words, does it go to future danger risks with this? So they can use this evidence in making their decision on those two questions.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. We're waiting to see. They're trying to get Rebecca on a video call. Do you have your earpiece in?
I don't, but I can get it in.
Let's do that so that if Rebecca gets in, that you can hear what she has to say. And so we're just kind of waiting, and maybe Rebecca will have a little bit more information about why we wrapped up for the day early. I tend to think that I tend to think that your assessment is potentially correct, that it's a function of just the speed with which we are moving.
Right. Something else you asked, what else did I think was impactful? Well, the FBI agent testified that he did see a phone video, and on that phone video is a video of Tanner putting a small child in his van. So they may have a witness who's not there, who could testify to arresting him, to questioning him, the first officer who questioned him. I'm not the first officer, but really took him in and interrogated him, basically, after he was detained and arrested.
Was it your impression that the reason they weren't, did you get the impression they weren't going to play the video of his first interview with them was because it was difficult to understand, or what was your impression on that?
Yeah, they were going to show a video, but they were having technical problems in the courtroom.
So maybe they'll do it later.
Audio, yeah, they may do it later. But this is where Mr. Horner's arrested. He's taken to the police station, and this is where the confession occurs, right? This is where they read him his Miranda rights, which warns him that anything he says can and will be used against him in the court of law. And we all know that as our Fifth Amendment right, and we are protected from incriminating ourselves, but he supposedly waives his Miranda rights and waives his Fifth Amendment rights not to testify. So he speaks to the officers. he tells them that he murdered her, obviously. And then eventually he leads, I think after some diversions, he does take takes the officers to her body eventually. Am I all wired? Do I look like
we're getting you all wired back up? Sorry, we're waiting on Rebecca Lopez to join us on a video call. Rebecca is our senior crime and justice reporter is at the Tarrant County Courthouse where this trial is taking place. It's taking place in Tarrant County because it was moved from Wise County where this occurred, in order for Mr. Horner to get a fair trial. And so it is a judge from Tarrant County and a Tarrant County jury that is actually hearing this case, but the prosecutors are from Wise County. So that's why it's coming out of Tarrant County. But it's certainly, but let's talk about, while we wait for Rebecca, let's talk about the teacher.
Yeah.
I mean,
I know. Well, and what she said is Athena was murdered on a
30th.
Friday.
Yep.
They discovered her body on a Sunday. And she said she went back to school because she felt like she needed to be there with her students. But she said it's changed the way she teaches. She said every day when her children leave, she hugs them and tells them that, she cares about them because you never know. She's now experienced the loss where you never know.
Okay. All right, so we have Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, who's in Tarrant County and who was there at the courthouse when they recessed for the day. Rebecca, what do you know about what's going on?
Well, Tanya, the judge wants to let everybody get prepared for what's coming tomorrow. So tomorrow we are going to see video evidence, and we will see about 4 hours worth of evidence, and that is going to be a video that is going to be from the time that the FBI picks up Tanner Horner, and they question him, they take him around, they're asking him where Athena's body is. And that's going to be pretty dry for the most part, as far as what we're going to see on video until the very end. And then towards the very end, they will show when they find Athena's body and he leads them to her body. And he is talking to an FBI agent. Obviously, we're going to not show that. That will be towards the end, but it will be about a 4-hour video. And there will also be an FBI agent that will testify just right before that. So we'll hear from one witness starting at 9. That will be an FBI agent, Espinoza. And then we will see the 4-hour video, and the judge is going to allow the jury to show it, to see the entire video.
Oh, okay. So that makes a lot of sense. It's not something you would want to start at 2:30 in the afternoon because you couldn't finish it. So it makes sense to start it in the morning. Are you?
Yes, and then
go ahead.
And then tomorrow will not be the day, but then they are also going to show the video where you can hear Athena and in the truck, in the FedEx truck, when Horner is killing him.
I want to ask you: were you in the courtroom this morning when he announced that he was pleading guilty?
Not in the courtroom, but I was able to see the video feed because we have a feed where we can see everything that's happening in the courtroom, and we're not necessarily broadcasting that live. So we could see everything, and it was very interesting, Tanya, because we were all caught off by surprise. I think even the judge was caught off by surprise because initially they were just going to hear a few pre-trial motions, and he'd already pretty much ruled on everything. And so it was just going to be a little bit of housekeeping. And then in the hallway, apparently, right before they're going to call in the jury, prosecutors and defense attorneys tell the judge that he's going to plead guilty. And so they come in and they start asking him questions. Are you sure this is what you want to do? And they're going over the charges, and he's saying, yes, I want to plead guilty. And they're like, were you told by somebody to take this plea? Did you do this on your own? He's like, did this on my own. And at first I thought, did I hear everything correctly? And is he really pleading guilty? So it was was a little, it just definitely caught everybody by surprise.
Yeah, I was definitely not expecting that one. Just when I think trials can't surprise me, they do. Are you getting the sense of how the prosecution might be changing its witness list? Are they reducing the number of people that will be testifying as part of theirs? Or what's your sense of what's going on with their case?
No, my understanding is they're basically going to present most of the witnesses that they were going to present. Now, one thing that we have been told is that the defense has 19 witnesses, expert witnesses, that they are planning to call. So they expect this trial could be 3 weeks in the punishment phase, which I've never seen before, Tanya. Usually punishment goes pretty quickly, but since they're basically both going to present their cases that they would have presented in the guilt innocence phase, they're going to present at punishment. So it's going to be lengthy.
Yeah, Rebecca, I was telling Tanya, I was guesstimating that it'd be over in the middle of next week, but not based on what you've told us about the 19 experts. But you know, they've got to prove up that he's got a intellectual disability to hopefully convince a jury not to answer one of the special issue questions. You know, they want them to answer in the negative, really.
Well, the negative on that second one, yeah.
The second one in the negative, yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, they want to prove, because if you heard the opening statements, they're talking about how he had lead poisoning as a child, and how his mother was drinking when she was pregnant with him, and that, you know, the long-term disabilities, and he's had mental health issues. And so they're definitely going to try to show that all of that led to the person that he is now. But then the prosecutor's like, well, those are all just excuses if you're going to hear from this very evil person that killed a 7-year-old girl. One of the opening statements that struck me is when the prosecutor says, you're going to see how what a 250-pound man can do to a 67-pound.
Yeah,
that was horrifying.
Yeah, yes, and then we both commented on the prosecutor basically referring to the defendant as Satan.
Yeah, he quoting from 2 Corinthians, talking about, you know, Satan. I wrote it down that, you know, that roaming around or something like that, and oh, here it is. He said Satan masquerading as an angel of light, and that's what you're going to see. That's what we have here today. That's what he said, and that kind of stuck in our heads as we were listening to it.
Yeah, and is that more than an hour long.
Yeah, I think there's
times. Oh, that was just the jury. All of that. I mean, Tanya, you and I listened to a lot of testimony here. And that was.
Rebecca, we're starting to lose your signal a little bit there. All right, well, hey, we're going to let you go. You're in a courthouse, and I know sometimes signals get wonky, and I know you're in one of the shows, so we appreciate you being with us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Yeah, she was starting to cut out a little bit there.
I couldn't hear what she was
well,
saying.
in courthouses that often happens where the signals are not great in those courthouses. But, well, we are. I think since we've kind of meandered a bit since I started giving a wrap up, so we're going to give a wrap up. So, okay, the court has recessed for the day. We started with Tanner Horner shocking us all by pleading guilty to capital murder for the killing of Athena Strand. And the prosecutors are seeking the death penalty. If death had not been on the table, he would have been automatically sentenced to life in prison without parole. And now we are expecting this trial to go on maybe 3 weeks, because prosecutors are saying they plan to present pretty much their entire case, maybe leaving out a witness here or there that they would have needed as part of the guilt innocence phase, but otherwise pretty much presenting their entire case, and then defense attorneys doing everything they can to try to save his life.
Save his life. And so we've seen, I
I think, some pretty impactful testimony this morning. Her first grade teacher, her stepmom, the sheriff, who was clearly very emotional, and of course the FBI agent. But again, the image of Athena Strand in that FedEx truck, appearing clearly unhurt with Tanner Horner,
Yep.
for me is the image of the day.
Me too. Yep. Exactly. But this is the way that trials go. You just don't know what's going to happen from minute to minute. And so the plea this morning, it's not surprising, but one of the things they certainly didn't have an agreement with the state to plead guilty for life in prison without parole. That wasn't on the table. So the defense strategy was, hey, look, he confessed. He made a statement to police. We weren't able to keep it out because we tried, but the judge is admitting the statement, and so we'll just plead guilty and then try to convince a jury not to vote for death.
But even if they had not let the statement in, you have that video of her in that FedEx truck, and what the prosecutor said in opening statements is there's going to be his DNA under her fingernails and his DNA, and I'm in places that we would not like to talk about.
Exactly.
And so I think that even if the confession had been thrown out, those things right there would be enough to make this a pretty strong case, even without a confession.
Yep.
And so Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, said that tomorrow we're going to see about 4 hours of video. It sounds like it's going to be video that kind of walks us up through it, and then video of Athena Strand is what I gathered. And so she said some of it will be kind of dry, but that these are all part of the things that they have to do. They're now laying the groundwork for their case. I think to show a part of attempting to show that he knew exactly what he was doing, and that he was trying to throw law enforcement off the scent, which appears to be the sense of what they're trying to build, especially as we heard from that FBI agent talking about him trying to get them to go after this green Astro van, and all describing the ways where it appears that he was trying to throw them off the scent, that kind of thing.
That the reason he didn't finish his deliveries that afternoon is because he was throwing up. He had to pull over and throw up. Yeah. That he pulled over and threw up, and then he went to the Love's truck stop and threw up at the Love's truck stop. So I guess then he just went home. Is his story? Yeah.
Well, and I wonder if he really, we don't know yet, did he really go to the Love's truck stop? Because I'm guessing that they have tracked his every single movement and that in terms of what he did and when he did it. But well, folks, I will be back tomorrow morning about 8:30. We will have Mike Howard joining us. Mike Howard has done these trials with me before. He is very good, an old hand at this. And Terry, this is Terry Bentley Hill. This is her second trial with us. She was with us during the Uvalde case, and as always, you're great.
Thank you.
If this trial goes past the 11 days that I have booked legal guests, then I will have you back on.
I hope so. I enjoy it, and thank you for asking me to do it. It's just
it's a sad case,
but
I do appreciate all the attorneys that come over and spend their days with us and helping to walk folks through what we're seeing in the courtroom. Thank you for joining us, and I will see you tomorrow again at 8:30.